La seguente frase. Perfetto. Allora, il mio nome è Ilaria Alberti e svolgo il ruolo di Knowledge Manager presso il Centro Sustainable Energy di Fondazione Bruno Kessler e noto con piacere che la sala è quasi piena e sono certa arriveranno altre persone, quindi penso che questo dimostri l'interesse per la tematica, che è molto importante. Direi quindi di dare inizio alla giornata.
The proceedings. I'm very happy to introduce to you the Vice President of FBK, who is the founder and CEO of Social IT, Mr. Cordioli. The Social IT company is a startup that has been set up to develop and implement new tech solutions in various sectors, integrated system, ICT, computer science, research and development, with a focus on health and industrial activities. And then we will have further speakers, of course, and we will have taking the floor later on this morning in this first session, Etienne
grazie
Vienot
Ilaria,
and Eleonora
buongiorno a tutti.
Cordioli. Thank you, Ilaria. Good morning on my part as well. I'm here to represent the board of the foundation of Fondazione Bruno Kessler. Welcome also on their part. I also address you on behalf of Luigi Crema, our director, who is in Rome today. There is an important meeting in Rome today, and we will certainly hear more about this in the future, because it is an important meeting for this sector. We have a very rich agenda with many interesting aspects, many that will be covered also during the various panel group talks that we have, and I see also representatives of the province, of the Association of Industrialists, the local one, Trentino Sviluppo, which is a provincial agency, and many others. I'm very happy to see you here, because it means that we share the same intent when it comes to decarbonization. We try and understand the role of hydrogen in our life, and I'm not only talking about our professional life, but also our daily life. There are important instruments, and one is Alpine Space, which basically makes it possible to experiment new good practices and policies, which then make it possible for decision makers to make the right decisions in relation to the use of the new technology. We are experiencing an energy transition moment and also digital transition moment. There are so many opportunities in this. It is a huge thing. We might be fearful, but let's not forget the opportunities, and the Fondazione Bruno Kessler could act in this respect as a coordinator for projects, and we're very happy to have the opportunity today to talk about AMETHyST, which is one example of this. I think that now the timeline of the project has covered 2/3 of the entire duration, so we will have a lot to speak about, and certainly this will also give us indications about future decisions to be made and what direction to take. So I would stop here. Thank you again for being here, and I wish you a very nice meeting today, and certainly we'll have also further opportunities to meet in the future.
Good morning to all. I'm Etienne Vienot, working for the Auer Neuronal Energy Agency and coordinating the AMETHyST project. What is about AMETHyST? It's an Alpine Space program, as it was said, project, as it was said before. The overall objective of AMETHyST is really to support the deployment of what we call local alpine hydrogen ecosystem in mountain areas, mainly in mountain areas where the touristic activity is quite dense. And what we call ecosystem is where we can combine several hydrogen applications that are combined on a geographical area from production, transport, storage, and multiple users. We are not focusing on one user, but we just want to explore what could be the different users of hydrogen in these areas. What is important to say is that this project was incubated in the Alpine Macro-Regional Strategy, ALPS, maybe some of you know of it. And it came when in 2020, when many regions were involved in the development of hydrogen. They decided to meet, to have some bilateral discussion. And we set up this, what we call this ALPS Hydrogen Focus Group, a place to exchange, to support each other in our project application. And this project was incubated in that focus group. So it means that really there was a political willing to set up this project, and this political support is really important for us in the project. So what kind of application? Many of them, we want to explore this application. We work with public authorities, local authorities. Sometimes they want to develop the hydrogen. They don't really know what could be the use. It can be for transport of person, it can be for snow groomers, it can be from production, it can be also from boat on the lake. We have plenty of alpine lakes where the mobility is interesting also for using hydrogen, production, storage, etc. So that's all the multiple users that you can see on the screen. We are 10 partners coming from all over the Alps, a combination between public authorities, regional energy agencies, or technical or more technical bodies. What are the main activities of the project? The first activities that was really important for us is to produce and disseminate knowledge about hydrogen, because many public authorities and many local authorities, they need to have more information, more example, and really to understand what could be the place of hydrogen in their energy mix and what could be the place of hydrogen in the users they could develop. The second activity is experimenting. These local authorities are regional authorities. As they have the question, they need to start something concrete, and it's quite difficult. You know all that hydrogen, even if hydrogen is high on the agenda, we don't have for the moment so many concrete projects, concrete solutions. But it comes step by step, and with this piloting, we really want to work closely and support local authority in experimenting this hydrogen solution. And we have 5 pilot territories in the project, and we really want to learn from this experimentation. Third type of activity is, as we are in an Interreg project, is to work on the policy cycle of the hydrogen and how we could provide some policy recommendation based on what we learn to better develop the hydrogen, and also to create, in a way, this alpine hydrogen community. One main activity that is really interesting in this policy recommendation is all the interregional learning program that we are developing, really to learn from the other one, for the most advanced one, but also for the difficulty for the less advanced one. So that's very interesting to have these exchanges. We had some in Innsbruck and Ljubljana. Here today we'll have some, and we'll continue in the project. Here you see some of the activities we had. As it was said before, the project started 2 years ago, so we have 1 more year. We started in Moutier in France, where the mayor that became now the president of our regional council is really involved in the development of hydrogen. So he set up a hydrogen refueling station in Moutier, that is in a valley that is connected to all the big ski resorts in the northern northern Alps in France. But to be honest, for this refueling station, for the moment, there's not so many users, and we want to develop the users in all this valley, in touristic users that can be, as it was said before, snow groomers, transport of passengers, etc. And that's what we are exploring. All the partners met several times in these various places. In Tyrol, we had some really, that is maybe one of the most advanced region in the Alps for the development of hydrogen. We had some visits, some really interesting exchanges with Nicolas that is here. And we really think that these exchanges are really important in this Interreg program, because we need to learn from each other when it's really the beginning of this hydrogen value chain. I'm not going to be too long on the AMETHyST project. I know the time schedule is quite tight. Just you can find many information for sure in the project, in the website of the project. Also, we decided in this project to really have plenty of interview to make really the hydrogen solution, problems, difficulties, but also willing to develop, being really made by people. That's why we need also this interview. Some of you will be interviewed today also. Do not hesitate to give us your feedback and what you feel about the hydrogen development in the Alps. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the FBK team who made a wonderful team to organize this project. Also, maybe one more thing. We did not want to have only a conference dedicated to AMETHyST, because we think that if we want to develop the hydrogen in the Alps, we need to connect all the several initiatives and the projects. There are plenty of projects, some Interreg projects, some hydrogen valleys projects, and we know that if we don't want to have in the next, maybe in the next 10 years, a good network and many hydrogen solutions concretely developed in the Alpine territories, we need to understand what are doing the other projects, how we can work together, find synergies, etc. So that's why we are here, and that's why we invited many projects today. So I'd like to thank them to come and to share with us what they produce and how we can work together to better connect our project. Thank you very much.
Buongiorno a tutti e un benvenuti anche da parte mia. Io sono Eleonora Cordioli.
Welcome, my name is Cordioli. I am a researcher, and at FBK I coordinate the activities of the AMETHyST project, which has just been presented. I would like to show to you today the platform SkHyline. I invite you to scan the QR code if you want to visit the site. I will tell you what you can find there. SkHyline is an online platform that we developed within the framework of the AMETHyST project, and it includes explanations about the application of hydrogen, above all in the Alpine area, because that is the characteristic of the AMETHyST project. The main objective of SkHyline is to share with the users the various initiatives, projects related to hydrogen strategies, policies, economic models related to green hydrogen, and with a particular focus on Alpine regions. The name SkHyline includes sustainability, represented by the natural line of the mountains, that is SkHyline, and innovation, represented by hydrogen, which can be fundamental for decarbonization also of alpine areas. SkHyline is at the service of policymakers to implement hydrogen, green hydrogen, and the objective is to offer specific case studies which can help the implementation of hydrogen in these territories. And SkHyline can also improve technical understanding of hydrogen by also ordinary citizens offering explanations, and also to share the benefits of this energy source and how it can contribute to the future of the Alpine territory. Now, what are the characteristics of the SkHylines? Well, first of all, you will find an interactive map of the various projects and initiatives carried out together with AMETHyST. It contains a technical economic instrument to determine the feasibility of the implementation of hydrogen technologies, and it will be available starting from next year, but you can already find information in the site. And then you will find explanations about the strategies and the policies in the Alps to support hydrogen and decarbonization of alpine territories, and also a series of guidelines starting from next year. That is a guide which step by step will show how to develop policies and strategies to facilitate the development of the hydrogen supply chain. This is the platform. Something is happening here. So this is the mapping of the projects of this initiative. You can focus on the single projects. You click on the various filters. You can explore the map where there are actually initiatives related to hydrogen and what they are developing, starting from production up to final use. You can find specific details about single projects, what is being developed in which regions. So you can explore the details. This is the page of the project. And you can find all the information. You read the characteristics of the project, the characteristics of the various territories, refurbishing areas, etc. In the guidelines section, you can find content which will be available starting from 2025. There will be a tool that you can download which is able to make a preliminary plan for the application of electrolyzers or other systems. I'm trying to launch the video. Otherwise, I invite you to go and watch it. Ce l'abbiamo questo video? Vabbè. No? So I apparently have some technical problems. I invite you to go online to visit the platform where you can get information. So I would like to thank the FBK team for helping us develop this project. And I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Ne approfitto per invitare anche sul palco la nostra collega di AMETHyST, Maren Mayer. Maren lavora nel reparto ricerca e sviluppo dell'agenzia Casa Clima a Bolzano, che è un centro di competenza per l'efficienza
Casa Clima
in edilizia, sia per le nuove costruzioni che per la riqualificazione di quelle esistenti, riconosciuto in tutto il paese e sempre più anche a livello internazionale.
Maren coordinates the relations with national and international institutions. Thank you so much for the introduction, and many thanks to FBK for inviting me to this conference. I'll switch to English to give an international tone to this event.
I have the honor basically to guide you through the first session of this conference that is looking into governance and policies. And of course, many people would ask us now, why is it so important to talk about governance and policies? Well, basically, the topic of governance and policy, from my point of view, is of utmost importance for building a European hydrogen economy. And why is this so? So basically, robust governance structures as well as transparent policies and also clear regulations are very important prerequisites to attract economic actors along the entire hydrogen value and to make major investments into hydrogen projects and to unfold these projects on the ground in a successful, efficient and quick way. So in order to dive into governance and policies, we will have basically 3 parts within the session. I will invite my colleague afterwards to join us on stage to give you a short outline on a mapping of policies and governance that has been undertaken within the AMETHyST project. And then we will have a short coffee break outside of this room that will be organized by the FBK Foundation. And afterwards, we start with a more interactive part of the conference, which I'm really looking forward to. We will have basically 2 sessions in our, or 2 panels in this first session, where I will welcome on stage with me persons from the autonomous province of Trento. So we will have representatives of the public administration with us. We will also have scientists with us and the economic sector that will present to you what is happening in Trentino in hydrogen value chains at the moment and what their governance and policies are creating in order to unfold also the hydrogen value chain here. And after this, I will zoom out with you in a second session where we will look what is happening basically also on nationals and especially European level in order to look into this governance here and the policies. And we will look at subsidies and how subsidies can be smartly used and designed in order to help especially the national and regional levels to integrate hydrogen into their economic system on the one hand, but especially also on the into the regional and national energy systems. That being said, I would like to move on to present to you my colleague Benjamin Auer. Benjamin is working together with me in the Energy Agency in South Tyrol, which is the neighboring province of Trentino. And he is leading various European projects in this field, and he will now map together with you the policy strategies within the Alpine area. Thank you very much.
Salve, buongiorno a tutti. Io torno all'italiano se posso.
Italian, if I may.
Allora, innanzitutto grazie per l'invito di essere qui oggi.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Benjamin Auer, and I work at the R&D sector of Casa Clima. And we are partners of the AMETHyST project. Our role as an agency in the AMETHyST project is, first of all, to create exchange opportunities between various regions. We could have organized various meetings, conferences, guided tours. We have organized meetings in Austria, Slovenia, Bolzano, and we will organize many more, helping regions exchange opinions and exchange experiences about the implementation of hydrogen policies. And then we also have the task of mapping strategies and policies at different levels, and I'll go back to this point later. And then, based on these two first activities, our task is also to develop recommendations to support hydrogen policies. I'd like to spend a few words about mapping and policies. In these past few months, we have worked on this subject, and in a couple of weeks we will publish a report on that. Well, what we did is an analysis of strategies and policies related to hydrogen. We worked at different levels, EU, the Green Deal, etc., whatever exists at a European level, and also strategies at a national level, strategies at a regional level, if there are any. And then we also mapped examples of transregional cooperation where they exist, and then hydrogen valleys, that is the ecosystems related to specific areas. And then we have put together various case studies concerning the governance, that is how platforms and hydrogen policies are implemented and coordinated. And we also made an overview of various reports about implementation. There are some in Austria. We have some first reports describing the implementation and the effects of hydrogen policies. So, I'd like to give you some ideas about what we did. We have no time to go into details, but I will give you an overview. Now, the picture that we see is very heterogeneous. Here you see a map of Europe, but in fact our studies have focused on the USALP macro region, that is the Alpine states. The situation is heterogeneous, meaning that not all nations have a hydrogen strategy which has already been approved and implemented. This is the case of Italy, Switzerland, and Slovenia, for example. And the same can be said for regions. There are some which are more advanced and others which are less advanced in the implementation of these policies. When there is a very well-developed strategy at a national level, well, this has direct consequences also at a regional level. So there are various examples of regional strategies where there is a national umbrella, let's say, which covers or coordinates the various activities. Where we have institutional platforms, permanent institutional platforms, well, these we have seen support the implementation of small projects or regional projects. And we see that there are more successful projects. For example, I would like to show you an initiative at a federal level in German, which supports regional initiatives depending on the status of the region, whether it is at the beginning, it will receive support for 1 year. And if it is more advanced, the region, it will receive a different type of support, while the region which is already advanced in the implementation of policies will receive a more technical support. This is just to give you an idea about the governance and the structure at the national level, which helps the implementation of regional policies. And then, of course, the availability of funds is critical, is very, very important. And this relates to the availability of funds, but also the possibility of having access to these funds by regions or by small regions, provinces. And then horizontal and vertical coordination. What do I mean by that? By horizontal coordination, I mean exchange and coordination between projects, between regions, but also and above all between strategies, between the different strategies. Sometimes we see that the various strategies do not go hand in hand. Energy strategies, transport strategies, or hydrogen strategies, if there are any, do not always go hand in hand. And so we need a closer coordination. And then vertical coordination, by which I mean a direct link between initiatives, projects which are implemented, and the regulators or the governments, because we're speaking about pilot projects. Which sometimes face a lack in terms of regulations, a vacuum. And so we need to have this direct connection with those who have to pass laws and regulations. So this is what we call vertical coordination. And then transparency, which is absolutely important, as is important also communication and the involvement of all stakeholders at all stages. And this is something which came out from the interviews and the case studies that we carried out. Hydrogen-related projects very often come up against some obstacles, for example, costs. And sometimes they find some obstacles in terms of costs, but also in relation to safety and security. So there is a certain level of risk, and in order to avoid these problems, it is absolutely important to carry out communication activities and involve all the interested people at all stages of the project, so that all the elements of the hydrogen system can be implemented. With that, I have completed my presentation. Well, yeah, probably you're all more expert than I am in the area of hydrogen, so I do not want to dwell longer. As I said earlier, this report will be published in the next few weeks, and then it will be developed and redrawn in order to develop political recommendations which will be then published. With that, I would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you. Siamo chiuse.
Vielen Dank, Benjamin. Grazie mille, Benjamin. And before we will end the session, just to give you a brief
prima di concludere questa
wrap up,
sessione,
maybe, let's say, but maybe it's not a wrap up, but maybe it's something that we will expect what experts will tell us within the next sessions. You have seen some of the basic outputs of this policy study, and I will listen very, very neatly of what experts will tell us today, because I think we still can learn a lot from the experts today here on the panel, on the one hand, and at the same time, we have to listen very clearly in order to understand, this really small parts that make a good governance in hydrogen. Just to give you one hint, what I heard today already is the building of platforms and the interconnection of the national and regional levels especially, and I'm really looking forward to listen to the speakers of this first session today. But before we are listening to them, as I said, we will have a coffee break right now, and I kindly ask you to come back to us at 10:45 here in this room, and enjoy your coffee. See you later. Thank you.
Stanno lì a parlare gli speaker. Ah, li lasciamo lì allora? Ah, va bene, basta allora. No, io pensavo che da lì si spostassero. Io pensavo che... se diciamo...
Thanks for being back. Ilaria just gave me a thumbs up. We can start with the first panel of the first session. I kindly ask you to take your seats. Thank you very much. We will now move on, as I said, with the first panel of the session, and this session will look into the hydrogen projects within Trentino. It will be facilitated by Mauro Casotto, who is talking just behind me. Mauro, I would like to... Exactly. I would like to very, very briefly introduce also to you Mauro Casotto. Mauro is basically working for Trentino Sviluppo, where he coordinates or directs the operative division within Trentino Sviluppo, and he's also an expert of scientific and technological poles, so he has a very good knowledge also of how to structure bigger governance projects, and he will lead you to this first section. So Mauro, once you have seated your colleagues, I will give you the floor to moderate the session. Thank you.
Grazie Maren, e buongiorno a tutti quanti, benvenuti. Quindi ecco, oggi con il supporto dei miei colleghi cercheremo di dimostrarvi, di rappresentarvi cosa fa il sistema trentino nel campo dell'idrogeno e in un modo un po' più ampio anche nel campo della ricerca e sviluppo, dell'innovazione, del supporto allo sviluppo industriale ed economico del territorio. Mi daranno supporto nella descrizione di ciò che fanno Sara Veronès, che è responsabile dell'area pianificazione energetica e progetti europei di APRI, l'Agenzia
the Water and Energy Agency of the Autonomous Province of Trento. She's responsible for the energy planning and European projects area. Then we have Matteo Testi, head of unit of HIRES, which is in charge of business activities at the FBK and specifically the Sustainable Energy Center. Trentino Sviluppo, with Matteo, is also working at the so-called hydrogen hub that we will talk about later on. Then Claudio Darri is a managing director, independent manager of Novareti, a company of the Dolomiti Energy Group, which is a multi-utility in this region. He will tell us about the usage of hydrogen as instead of gas in the future. Then we have Gianluca Gamba, who is working in the field of R&D and innovation management in the automotive sector, 17 years at UFI Filters Group, and he is currently innovation director there. He's focusing on fuel cells and electrolyzers. Then we have Luca Mion, who is managing director of Hydro ALP here in Trentino. It is a small multinational, as a matter of fact, because it is present all over the world. And then we have Alfredo Maglioni, who was a researcher here for a number of years. He was also the very first spin-off in the history of Fondazione Kessler. He is now president of the Optoi Group and vice president of the Trento Association of Industrialists with a mandate for innovation. With Alfredo, we have worked at a number of system projects with involvement of the province, of Fondazione Kessler University, and the Association of Industrialists in Trentino to lay the basis for the economic development of this territory. If I may, I would like to briefly tell you about the overall scenario in this province. The province is a small one, 500,000 inhabitants. 65% of the surface of this province is mountainous and covered by forests. Since the period after the Second World War, the province has focused on research and development and education and training. We have a very high GDP above the EU average. We make research and development investments which have an impact on GDP, which is 3 times more than the Italian average, and it is above EU average. Hydrogen within the framework of sustainability and technology is one of the 4 main areas of focus of the Autonomous Province of Trento, along with smart manufacturing, digital transformation, and health, food, and lifestyle. So today we focus on hydrogen. If I may, I would like to briefly tell you what Trentino Sviluppo is doing as in terms of the enabling infrastructure, which means that we create for various things infrastructure which enables the development of the local area. Since the 90s, we created the first tech hub, which is called Polo Meccatronica, on smart manufacturing. We did so with the Kessler Foundation, the Association of the University of Trento. In the beginning of the years 2000, we also started Progetto Manifattura, which is another tech hub. It is hosted in a former tobacco factory, and it is focused on sustainability. There we have 150 companies, startups, large businesses, public and private research centers, laboratories, and technological facilities that are partly already accomplished and part are being developed with the partners I told you about earlier on. And the investment has been huge. Millions of euros have been invested in the tech development. And we are also working on the project for a hydrogen hub that I briefly mentioned earlier on. So I'm telling you all this to tell you that we are well advanced in terms of research and development as an area. And we are an ideal place in that respect for investments. By the way, based on a recent analysis monitoring the multi-annual research program of the Autonomous Province of Trento and smart specializations, based on those data, this province ranks among the most developed regions, along with Carinthia, Navarra, West Slovenia, and two other areas in Italy, including South Tyrol and Friuli-Venezia Giulia. We actually win double the number of calls when compared to those following us. And specifically, when it comes to hydrogen, the Bruno Kessler Foundation is in charge of all existing projects, and it is a precious partner in this respect. Of course, we had then the province and a number of businesses that will also take the floor today. In this ranking that was made with very objective criteria, we did not include a number of projects that we did, so that is not part of the mapping. So it means that we did even better than officially recognized. So I think that I was fast enough, and we can now start. We have decided that you will have 5 minutes each. Sara Veronese will address us on the main policies in Trentino in terms of the implementation work to support the development of hydrogen. You will certainly tell us how this falls in line with national and EU hydrogen strategies, and we would also like to know whether there are funding opportunities.
Perfetto, grazie
Sarah,
Mauro per l'introduzione. Quello che ci preme,
Mauro,
come
for your
comincio a
kind
raccontare, è quello
introduction.
che è stato
The Autonomous Province of Trento would like to tell you what has been made in the past 10 years about adaptation to climate change and energy development, and focus on hydrogen. Trentino is one of the areas that really try to decarbonize by 2030 and then by 2050 entirely in a number of sectors. Hydrogen to date is one of the sectors where we are more active in terms of studies and analysis. We would like to use it and introduce it as a green option which can be used to decarbonize in the heating systems and also in the residential system, which is again heating, but also in the industrial sector and also in transport. Clearly, our province is special also in terms of the presence or non-presence of hard-to-abate entities. So when it comes to the production of green hydrogen all the way down to its use, we need there to have a very far-sighted approach and a long-term plan, because what we can develop today in terms of green hydrogen is one thing. And by the way, the province has asked businesses in the province to participate in the call under the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. But we must also say that we are still in a pilot phase. I'm sure that Claudio Darri will dwell upon this later on. It is a pilot approach, which though falls within the framework of a general perspective for the decarbonization of the sectors I listed. We will see what is accomplished in this province thanks to the National Recovery and Resilience Plan. This, in turn, helps us build a specific provincial policy for hydrogen within the provincial programs with a certain goal and deadline also in terms of knowing where it can be used, hydrogen, in the best way possible, also in a sort of energy mix that we have to devise. This is what we are doing together with Trentino Sviluppo, and this runs parallel with and to what Mr. Casotto mentioned, because we have the policies deployed by the province to have an internal decarbonization. And along with this, we also have this innovation vocation and development intent, which aims at making the entire province more developed in all research areas. We want Trentino to do well in those sectors where the European Commission is developing a know-how and is also working to move to full decarbonization by 2050. By the way, the new Commission, European Commission, has already voiced the importance of green hydrogen, opening up a debate about the need to think in the long term, and also considering whether the other colors of hydrogen can be taken on board from the very beginning. So the point is, should we have a stepwise progression to the other colors or not? So I will now conclude by saying that we, of course, need a transversal cooperation, an overarching cooperation. The province of Trentino is small, and it is small also when it comes to hydrogen. We do not necessarily have the need to use it today, because you see, to date, with the exception of the cases that will be explained later on, we have not felt yet the need to make such a high investment for hydrogen, not for the time being. You also asked about funding opportunities. This is a question which is always asked to the representatives of the autonomous province of Trento. Well, I can answer by saying that there is a law, number 6 from 1999, that was revised in 2003, which envisaged a strong development of the hydrogen sector, which has become a fixed investment for businesses. So there are indications for funding within the framework of that act. We have made a sort of breakdown into the various colors of hydrogen. So you find in that legislation a real focus on the development of renewables for businesses, but there is also electrolyzers and the other systems for gasification. And so you can rest assured that the province have developed a line on this within its legislation. Thank you, Sara. Now the floor goes to Matteo Testi from the Bruno Kessler Foundation, and he will tell us about the role of research, specifically of FBK, on hydrogen. And he will also tell us how this contributes to making businesses attractive. Thank you. I would like to go back to what Mrs. Veronese said about hydrogen being still sort of a frontier. We are considering this in relation to current industrial usages and also in terms of its role for decarbonization. This means that the research and development topic is paramount, and it is increasingly taken into the industrial setting and not only in research centers. The contribution that Fondazione Bruno Kessler gives can be split down into three items. First and foremost, in terms of know-how, since we participate in many European and national projects, we keep the state-of-the-art advanced and a very high level by also making the experience acquired available to businesses. So we have this virtuous cycle whereby the state of our research remains very high, and this is then given to businesses that can create value-added products very rapidly, also because we have the staff which is needed to do so, and also because we can expand our the number of people we work with. Then infrastructure is the second element. Hydrogen, differently from batteries, is not a plug-and-play technology. I mentioned batteries, but there are also technologies that you simply plug in the existing electricity grid, so there are less interfacing projects, while hydrogen is a whole supply chain. You need to have production, you have storage with all its elements, and then final consumption with all its details and aspects, burners, and not only that, which means that the supply chain has to validate the various technologies. We need larger scale technologies to do so. But the main aspects here are not only performance, but especially durability, lifetime, and you need an infrastructure to achieve that. That infrastructure is very expensive in that it requires investments that a limited number of businesses can do on their own, which is important, which means that the contribution coming from the public sector is very important. Going back to what was said earlier on, we received the first EPCA wave of projects, which is one of the projects with common European interest on hydrogen, and we can create a hub, a facility for that respect in order to make experiments, tests for electrolyzers of different sizes, including compressors and accumulation devices. This makes it possible for the businesses to have a third-party certification of what they offer in terms of number of hours of work of the machines without failure. This is very important within the framework of the research that we perform here and the support to businesses that we give. Then there is the third element, which is the following. Hydrogen must be funded and financed also by the public sector. FBK has always worked to support businesses also in finding the funds they need for their demo or pilot projects. We support them in writing projects and for calls for innovation projects, for instance. And we also work for this purpose, thanks to the strategic position we have within the European research strategic organizations, given the fact that our director is also part of the specific network in Europe that voices and discusses about projects in the field. All this makes it possible for us to support companies and give them solid scenarios, especially for business cases and not only for products. So know-how at all levels, infrastructure and funding support are the three elements that FBK gives to this province. we make, by doing so, the area more attractive for hydrogen. Thank you very much.
Grazie Matteo. Adesso darei la parola a Claudio Darri, amministratore delegato di Nuova Reti, che è la società del gruppo Dolomiti Energia che distribuisce oltre 300 milioni di metri cubi di gas all'anno sul territorio provinciale principalmente. A Claudio chiediamo un po' di dirci quali sono le progettualità che Nuova Reti e Dolomiti Energia hanno avviato sul tema idrogeno e come l'idrogeno si inserisce nelle strategie della stessa Nuova Reti. Grazie.
Sì, grazie per la parola e anche grazie per l'invito agli organizzatori, proprio per l'occasione di presentare la modalità, l'approccio con cui il nostro gruppo, che ricordo è un gruppo importante anche a livello nazionale, che è presente in tutte le filiere, trasporto, affronta il tema dell'idrogeno. Il tema dell'idrogeno molto spesso viene visto dal punto di vista della produzione. Invece l'approccio nostro, il primo approccio, quindi il primo step è stato quello di capire quali sono gli impatti e le opportunità che questo nuovo vettore potesse avere sull'infrastruttura esistente, in particolare sulla distribuzione. Prima parlava l'ingegner Veronese e qui lo confermo, il Trentino oggi consuma circa 7 terawatt di energia da gas, diviso in circa maniera equa tra 3 terawatt, mezza 3,5 terawatt ora per i consumi domestici assimilabili e il restante per l'utilizzo industriale. Uscire attualmente la norma nazionale permette il trasporto, la diffusione, la distribuzione, un blending fino al 2% di volume, che tradotto siamo intorno alle 600 tonnellate di idrogeno all'anno. Dopo vedremo con l'impianto, si citava l'idrogeno Valle di Rovereto, in cosa consiste in ordine di grandezza rispetto a questo valore. Però partendo dall'ipotesi che l'idrogeno in qualche modo si riesca a estrarlo, il tema era: ma riusciamo a distribuirlo, riusciamo a raggiungere gli utilizzatori finali o le utenze che dal punto di vista industriale o artigianale ne hanno bisogno. Reti del gas che ricordo molto capillare, Trentino circa 3.000 km di rete del gas. E quindi il primo aspetto è: qual è l'impatto di veicolare l'idrogeno all'interno della rete? Lì sono stati fatti uno studio, devo dire, anche con una buona partnership con FBK, perché ha toccato da una parte prima quello che noi chiamiamo il ferro, quindi il materiale, quindi la composizione delle tubazioni, le saldature, i joint, tutta la parte di welding, la parte di valvole, di riduttori, c'è tutto un tema legato all'infrastruttura del gas, compresa la fluidodinamica, per capire quali sono gli impatti nel trasportare idrogeno in blending a diversi livelli, quindi 2%, 5%, 10%, 20%, 30%, equivalgono a migliaia di tonnellate di idrogeno, e capire se ciò che oggi c'è sul territorio è sfruttabile o meno, e se non lo fosse, quali sono le azioni di mitigazione. Come siamo arrivati ad avere una pianificazione di questo tipo, e voi capite anche perché le infrastrutture
the infrastructure I'm referring to have a duration of decades, and in the next decades, we will have to ask whether the current infrastructure will be ready to receive what will come. So this was the first question. This is the first activity that we carried out. And then the infrastructure that we are building today So how should this infrastructure be built in order to guarantee hydro readiness? We established some cooperation activities at regional and national level in order to study this point. And then another point that we shouldn't underestimate, above all, with reference to the use of blendings at different levels, and I'm referring to final consumers, what we call normally Mrs. Mary, is to understand what are the risks and the ways of management for the final users. So to check the risk that is related to natural risk and study the situation for final consumers. And this is a fundamental point if we want hydrogen to be well accepted. And then a second point is the following. Well, the technicians who have to face this infrastructure, what are the risks that they have to face, and how can these risks be mitigated? Well, we know that there are very high levels of safety measures. I know that this afternoon there will be a panel dedicated to the skills which are necessary to manage hydrogen, and this is very important. We need to develop the appropriate skills because hydrogen is different from other gases. So much for infrastructure. And then production, which was mentioned by Sarah. We know that we had to grasp the opportunities that the province of Trento has made available, and so we participated in the PNRR bids with the objective of building a production plant in Rovereto, a production unit connected with a photovoltaic plant, about 2 gigawatts of power, with a crack system following the sun movement, and then the use of electricity for the production of hydrogen. And the production is about 60 tons of hydrogen per year. But how can we use that? Well, we said, let's use this hydrogen to decarbonize teleheating. Well, there is a great challenge today about decarbonizing heating, which has a series of advantages that I will not describe, but there are the different approaches: biogas, virtual certificates, exploiting the heat, and 30 seconds and I'm closing. So the idea is that of using hydrogen to decarbonize it and distribute it to all the families in Rovereto. So your house will be heated by hydrogen. This is the message. I close because I see that you're watching me. Just to give you some numbers. In order to get to 2% of volume of domestic heating distributed in Trentino, we would need to build 10 plants as the one that we are building in Rovereto. So it's a long way to go. Thank you.
Grazie Claudio. Passerei ora il microfono a Gianluca Gamba del gruppo UFI, che ha vinto un progetto IPCEI molto importante H2Move,
of the UFI system, who has recently won the project IPCEA. So I asked him what is the impact that this can have on the territory and also at a European level. Well, my name is Gianluca Gamba, Innovation Manager of UFI Group. UFI Group was set up 50 years ago. It works in the sector of automotive, 4,000 employees, And we, as UFI Group, decided to invest in technologies related to fuel cell sector. And in 2017, we started R&D activities. And about 2 years ago, we created this new co, which is UFI Hydrogen, based in Ala, Trento, which deals with developing and producing technologies related to the use of hydrogen, in particular MEA, which is the heart of fuel cell technology and water electrolysis technology. In 2019, I personally participated in the bid for APICE project, and after many years, this project was approved at IPCA, and it is a project related to the development and production of fuel cells to be used in the automotive industry. This fourth wave of the IPCA projects, which have a strategic value for the European Union, and the focus is on hydrogen technologies in the area of transport and automotive. There are 11 nations with 13 projects, and the budget approved is 1.4 billion euros. There are very important projects, and we, as a UFI Hydrogen, collaborate actively in terms of R&D, above all with other companies, which are Michelin, Airbus, and Hydrogen Defense. And indirectly, we also collaborate with BMW. And the objective of this fourth wave is to develop a supply chain focused on green hydrogen for industrial applications in the automotive industry. Our project is an R&D project. It will last 5 years. It already started. In fact, it should end in 2028, but will also depend on the interaction with other projects, above all the interaction with BUS and BMW, which will be the players who will use our technology. So this term is 2028, at the latest 2029. Now, we have some institutional obligations related to this project. Of course, we're also happy to implement it, and these obligations are the development of a sort of a supply chain at an international and local level. At an international level, of course, we already have these collaborations with big European companies, but at a European level, that means to create a sort of supply chain related to technologies, in particular the one that we want to develop, which is water cell and water electronics. And so for us, that means to help the territory in the R&D sector in order to support these technologies. Our collaboration continues with universities and various institutions. We will have a very close relationship with the University of Trento, APK, and other entities on the territory. We are convinced that in Italy and Trentino there are some companies, many companies indeed, which are ready to use these technologies. And some perhaps do not know it. They have technology inside, but they do not know that their technology can be applied for these new frontiers. So our task, one of our tasks, is to help these small companies, even startups. There are startups in Trentino which have very interesting technologies, and we should help them understand that their technologies could be helpful in this field. And then another possible implication is related to employment. When we complete the project, we will have at least 70 white collars, that is high-level professionals, that we are importing, let's say, from all the parts of the world, Iran, Turkey, US, but we would like to have these professionals here in Trentino. So this is the type of contribution that our project should give at an international and local level. Thank you. Thank you, Gianluca. Now, Hydro-Alp BM Group, which has planned, produced, and distributed a production plant of hydrogen, which is installed in a container with a power of 120 kilowatts. So we have Luca Mion. Please tell us something about this product and how it was accepted by and welcomed by the market. Well, I'd like to say a few words about our company and what is our mission. Hydro comes from a Trentino group, which is called BM, which is focused on digital and energy transition. These services are targeted towards energy using big consumers, and hydrogen is more and more important, and our group has decided to invest in this sector and start to develop the appropriate skills. We identify the hydro company because we thought that within this company there is a whole series of technical skills which would allow us to implement tangible projects. Another point is that we applied for the PNR project, and we got the second of the two projects for the production of green hydrogen in the province of Trento. And the project will be implemented in the municipality of Storo. So our company is working in these two areas. And then we want to support energy using companies, and by doing so we have realized that one of the technological and also philosophical obstacles is to get in touch with the process and also be involved in the implementation of these processes and understand what could be the impact on the finished product, because for example, in the case I'm telling you about, there were some doubts about the operational impact. And we, as a Hydro, gave support both during the design process for big plants, and the market also asked us to study a solution which could create some plug-and-play units in order to carry out tests directly in the production sites. During the last months of 23 and during the first months of 24, we carried out a survey in order to understand what could be the electrolysis systems already available in the market, and introducing them into the system in order to be installed in an industrial environment and have available all the systems which are necessary for electrolysis. We're speaking about the need to have an appropriate feeding of the process, both in electrical terms, but also in terms of water quality, with osmosis processes for the correct depuration of water, and then the management of gas, its drying up, its filtering, its accumulation, and then the integration with the blending systems in order to introduce it into the process. That that project was very well accepted by our partner, and we built a system within our plant, and then it was installed in a ceramic producing factory in the area of Modena, and it was immediately started. We carried out various tests, and the entrepreneur was thus able to overcome some doubts that they had. Now we hope we can continue our collaboration with this customer. And at the same time, with our working group, we are involved in the planning of the Hydrogen Valley project in Storo. I'll give you some data. It includes about 5 megawatts of photovoltaic energy subdivided into 6 plants. Well, if you know the geography of the Valle del Chiese, it is an Alpine valley which is very small, and so it is necessary to find the right place for the future photovoltaic installations. In line, of course, with the regulations, and we've worked in collaboration with the province of Trento in order to be able to implement the project. So the photovoltaic area has been designed, and we are now starting to implement the project in line with the deadlines of the European projects. At the same time, we are planning the production site of hydrogen, where we will have also a storing unit, and then the hydrogen will be delivered to a company which is a vanishing company, and the objective is that of converting the consumption from natural gas into hydrogen. And at the same time, we are active in many other situations at a national level in order to support companies that are currently assessing the possibility of installing such units. And we try to work in collaboration with the companies for the management of the whole project. Thank you.
Ecco, grazie Luca. Darei ora la parola ad Alfredo Maglione di Confindustria Trento per fare un po' un ragionamento di prospettiva, cioè come l'idrogeno
Association of Industrialists, in order to see together how hydrogen can contribute to the Trentino economy in the next 5 to 10 years, and I would like to hear about which sector specifically can benefit most from the adoption of hydrogen. Thank you. And Please accept my regards also on behalf of the entire Association of Industrialists of Trento. I would like to congratulate you with the organization of this meeting today, which is so important in order to raise awareness about hydrogen. I would like to dwell for a moment on the timeline and also on the various industrial sectors in Trentino that are moving towards hydrogen. So timeline, first and foremost. We basically observed 3 periods in relation to the deployment of hydrogen in Trentino, in the province of Trento. Until a few years ago, there was a very limited number of businesses actively working for and with hydrogen. Solidaire was one of the pioneers in this respect, and I see that there is a representative of that organization here in the hall. Then my group, Opto, it started working on hydrogen sensing, but the number was very limited. Then, thanks to the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, a higher number of businesses got involved and interested. It envisaged a 100% funding, and that, of course, paved the way for the involvement of other businesses, and IBM Group and also others did present projects thanks to that. Now, in the past months, we have had a third stage, so to say, in relation to the large area hydrogen valley, which is projects coming from the EU that are boosting the sector. And I also think of the report by Mr. Draghi on competitiveness, a recent contribution that identified a number of very specific elements as drivers of the economy in Europe, and hydrogen was mentioned specifically. So you must know that at our organization, we worked together with the FBK for 1 year or so to push forward the large hydrogen area project and strategy. It was not easy. It has not been easy because hydrogen to date is not convenient in economic terms. Of course, businesses have to make ends meet. They need to be very careful when considering the economic aspects of projects. And so it is not easy to take on board hydrogen, not yet. But there was a moment a few weeks ago when we had as many as 30 businesses belonging to the Organization of Industrialists of Trento participating in a meeting about the large area hydrogen valley. And that makes us hopeful. This covers a whole series all the way up to Bavaria. We have A22, the motorway, Dolomiti Energia, among the big players, but also many smaller businesses. And basically all these 30 participants confirmed their interest in the sector. So you asked about sectors which might benefit most from this emerging technology. Well, indeed, the mobility sector is the first one that comes to mind, transport. And clearly, we have, for instance, the A22 Brenner motorway, which is well advanced in this respect. They have their own hydrogen system. And in the investment plan that they made for the forthcoming years for 9 billion euros, and that also envisages to have several installations along the entire motorway to store and distribute hydrogen. Infrastructure, of course, is a very important topic, and that goes not only for the distribution network, but also availability in general. And the mobility system is very interested in this. Indeed, trucks are increasingly considering the hydrogen as an interesting technology for them for the future. Because there are a number of features in terms of conversion efficiency, for instance, which is better than hydrocarbons, less than electricity, but still very interesting. Then there is another sector which comes to mind in terms of the involvement of businesses, and I think of energy-intensive businesses and companies in the field of chemistry, of steel mills, high-temperature production, using either hydrogen as a raw material or as a replacement for natural gas. So that is the second sector which is moving faster than others, also in Trentino, towards hydrogen. And then I would also like to go back to what I said, we said at the beginning. We have seen by now that the entire supply chain of hydrogen, from the production of electrolyzers, storage, transport, and usage, is becoming more and more interesting. Our large area, Hydrogen Valley, involves 30 businesses, as I said, not only from the specific sectors I mentioned, but in general from all sectors, which means that we expect a very broad participant, the intent being that of networking, of creating supply chains. The very program of the Association of Industrialists here in the province works for open innovation, for networking, and for a supply chain approach. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alfredo. Thanks to all the speakers, whom I believe really gave a very interesting overview of Trentino in relation to hydrogen. You have understood that being in Trentino can be a value added. I would like to thank Eleonora and Ilaria for what they did in organizing this panel. Thank you also for your help with drafting the questions. And I must tell you that we are very, very punctual. We are even 1 minute early. Sarah, the timekeeper, has been wonderful in telling us about the time that we had and make us stick to the time allotted. Thank you. Thanks also on my part to the speakers of this first panel, and thanks to Mauro for moderating the panel. Ora vi presento il secondo panel, come dicevo all'inizio della sessione appunto iniziale. A questo punto andiamo a considerare l'aspetto internazionale, soprattutto quello europeo, poi naturalmente ci sarà anche un'attenzione per il nazionale.
I kindly ask our moderator for this second session to come with me on stage. Silvia, please come here. Silvia Buzzotti is working for the DG Regio and Urban Policy, where she is a program assistant, and she has a deep knowledge also in the macro-regional strategy. So you will talk also about the Use ALPS strategy at the same time. The floor is yours, and I kindly ask you to first introduce the speakers that will then come on stage to join. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maren, for introducing me, and I invite all the speakers to come on stage with me. Thanks a lot.
Another speaker?
Yeah. Oh, okay. E poi per il video?
Eccoci. Per il video basta che vai avanti e la trovi.
Ok, perfetto, grazie. Thank you, Ilaria. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's panel discussion. And thank you again, Maren, for introducing me, and Eleonora and Ilaria for organizing this important event. I have the pleasure of moderating today this important session on policies and incentives for the development of strategies at national and European level. And we are lucky to have with us today a group of experts who bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise from across Europe hydrogen sector. Before we dive into the discussion, let me set the stage for what I'm sure it will be an engaging session. As Maren stated before, I work for the European Commission, and in the past few years, the European Commission set a policy framework for hydrogen sector, and the intentions for the future, also as set by President von der Leyen in the political guidelines, the intention is to scale up the hydrogen sector in Europe. So European Union and national governments are heavily investing in building hydrogen ecosystems, but with such promising technology comes a number of challenges. First of all, how can we ensure a smooth transition? How can we create the right regulatory framework and also foster collaboration and cooperation among different stakeholders? Today's panelists are at the front of these efforts. And from the implementation of large-scale hydrogen projects, like in the French region Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, to Austria's push to develop hydrogen value chain, but we'll also hear about certification systems for green hydrogen and the crucial link between national and European policy efforts. Before we move to the panel discussion, we will first hear from Luigi Crema, Director of the Sustainable Energy Center at Fondazione Bruno Kessler, who has prepared a short video for us. Luigi is not in Trento, but he still wished to send his regards and also outline the Italian situation with regards to policy and incentives throughout this video. Once the video concludes, then we will turn to our esteemed panelists that I'm presenting now. First of all, Céline Kester, European Project Manager at the International Relations Department of Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region in France, who is involved in a major hydrogen valley project. Imagine we will hear about it later in the afternoon after the lunch break. Then Magdalena Linder, Manager at Hydrogen Partnership in Austria. She has been leading the Austria Hydrogen Cluster since 2022, promoting sustainable energy solutions and fostering national and international cooperation. Then we will turn to Hubert Landinger, Senior Project Manager and Consultant in the consulting company for energy supply, hydrogen, mobility and sustainability at LBST, Germany. And last but not least, to Nina Meglic, Head of Project Management Office at the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Styria in Slovenia. She has over 10 years of experience in green transition technology. Each panelist will have about 5 minutes to address the core questions that we've prepared. But let us now enjoy first the video from Luigi Crema, and after that we'll begin the conversation. Thank you very much. Let me just check for the audio. Wait, I'll stop the video for the moment. Oh, no, I cannot. Okay. If you can give me a sign when I can. Okay, perfect. Okay? No, it doesn't work. I mean, there are subtitles, but it's not. Thank you. thank you for your patience.
Grazie della pazienza.
Not yet. What I will suggest is that maybe we turn it to the speakers, and then once we finish the debate, before the lunch break, we can try to solve the issue with the audio and then see the video from Luigi Crema. Okay. I have a first question for Céline Kester. Céline, as a representative of Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region, you are involved in a large hydrogen project. Could you explain briefly what is the project about? But mostly, since we're going to hear about this later, mostly identify any key challenges or missing supports that are needed in order to fully implement it, and what kind of policy changes will be most helpful for success. Thanks a lot. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes and giving us the opportunity to present Imagine. So, as you said, I will be very brief because this afternoon I will present it more in detail, but just to give you the general idea. So, Imagine is a large-scale hydrogen valley. It was selected into 2023 call from the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. So we only started this January, so it's very new, and the project will last for 6 years. It covers the whole value chain from production to end users. And so, yeah, the project is coordinated by Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region, and the region has had for many years a very proactive policy towards the hydrogen sector, and we have this regional hydrogen committee where we put all the stakeholders around the table. We have a hydrogen strategy that we voted in 2020, sorry, and this is really where the project Imagine came from. So the rest will be this afternoon if you want to have more details. So I will move on to your question about the key challenges. Well, I would say that the first challenge is simply the very large number of partners we have in this project. It is, of course, a great opportunity. There are 42 partners in this project, but also, yes, it is quite a challenge to manage such a big, such a large consortium. Then a second challenge is the fact that, okay, so it's a valley, so basically the project, there are many projects within the project, so to say, and many of them are really linked or intertwined, and if there's maybe one of the partners has issues or faces problem, then a bit like a domino effect, you will have the others maybe leaving the project. I'm telling this because we've only started recently, and already we have some partners leaving, unfortunately, because it was an ecosystem in the Alps with production and distribution of hydrogen, and then some stakeholders were going to buy vehicles around this system. And yeah, I'll be brief, but anyway, there's an issue with the land to build the electrolyzer. So then there's so much uncertainty now if we can find a replacement solution that some partners withdrew. So we had one leaving and then 4 leaving. But that's it. And as a consequence, the challenge is that the scope of the project is changing constantly. But then probably it's normal because the hydrogen economy is still emerging, and this is why we have the public authorities like the region really trying to coordinate and make it emerge, and that we have the European support. So if I move on to the missing supports, or maybe the policy change that I see, I would say that firstly there would be there would be something about the price of hydrogen, because it would be interesting, we think for us, if there was a change in the conditions for bidding in the H2 bank to allow the accumulation of state aid. This is, I don't know in other countries, but particularly an issue in France. We had no offer that was accepted. The prices were too high, apparently, and also in France we don't have any national policy to support the production of green hydrogen. So the selling price of hydrogen is still pretty much a big obstacle to the development of a hydrogen economy. Also, second thing would be on the cost of buying the vehicles, because there is not really anymore any support as such as at European level. We used to have it in CEF before, and also in the alternative fuel infrastructure regulation, it's not possible. And also, we don't really have, well, we do have a support at national level, but it's extremely competitive. So basically, it's really extremely difficult to have. So for this, also for buying the vehicles, it's extremely difficult. Maybe also from a French point of view, there is this issue about the colors of hydrogen, and because we have a lot of nuclear-generated electricity in France, it is also an issue for us that it is considered as green hydrogen. But maybe. So.
Thank you very much, Céline, for your comprehensive answer and very timely. 5 minutes, sharp. Now let's turn to Magdalena from Hydrogen Partnership Austria. Thank you very much for being with us here today. As the head of the Austrian Hydrogen Partnership, what recommendations would you offer to national and European bodies to speed up the development of a full hydrogen value chain? And according to you, which kinds of supports are still missing? Thank you, Magdalena. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for being here today. First of all, politics have to think or stop thinking in election periods, because the climate change does not care which party is on top. So we all have to think long term, like mentioned in a panel before from Sarah, and we have to stop thinking just in these short-term periods. To give a good practice in Austria, we as Hydrogen Partnership Austria are funded by the Federal Ministry of Climate Action and the Federal Ministry of Labor and Economy. And we are responsible to give space to all stakeholders in Austria in the hydrogen business. So that's a good practice. But then speaking of cooperations, we need cooperations in every sector. For example, let's talk about cooperations between different projects. We need the research and development part, we need the economics part, like the bigger companies, and we also need the politics in these projects. And we also talk about cross-sector collaborations, as well as international partnerships and trade agreements. All these parts are quite essential to ramp up the hydrogen business. For example, the hydrogen European backbone. So we have to stop thinking regional and national. We also have to think about European problems or problems around all over the world. So new projects must learn from older projects or already implemented ones without the sense of competition, for example. Another thing is the risking. You mentioned the price. It's a big thing to the risk or to take the risk of finance the bigger projects or funding projects in the hydrogen business. So we need long-term financial incentives, for example. There has to be a focus on infrastructure, not just in Austria, and not just in Europe, not just in Austria, and not just like the Brenner corridor. We have to think bigger, also because of importing the hydrogen. And with this, we need the clear regulations, we need standards, we need a clear framework for all over Austria, all over Europe, and even better, all over the world. And maybe we have to jump some permission steps, for example, to speed up the projects in different states of the project. And last but not least, we also have to promote public acceptance as well as educations and trainings in the hydrogen business.
Thank you very much, Magdalena, for your clear messages about how to, and your clear recommendations. Now we will turn to Hubert Landinger. Hubert, you have experience in certification of green hydrogen ecosystems, such as SkHyline. Can you tell us a bit more about this, and also how can this kind of instrument support the creation of hydrogen economies, and how can also they can be integrated into the policy? Hubert, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Silvia. Thank you very much for being here, and it's a pleasure for me to introduce to you the certification scheme. So, as all of you know, we have the Renewable Energy Directive, the RED II, and also around about 1 year ago, the RED III, or the update of the RED II, comes into place that sets special requirements for hydrogen in the business. So it means, for example, for the transport sector, there's the requirement for 2030 that 29% of the overall fuels are from renewable energy. 5.5% of that have to be advanced biofuels and so-called renewable fuels of non-biological origin, RFNBOs. And 1% have to be RFNBOs, meaning hydrogen or e-fuels. So that means there is action needed, and also the industry sector is asked to contribute to that as well. That would be a separate topic. But my topic today is to introduce to you the certification scheme SkHyline. It's important to know that this legislation, the RED II and the RED III, that is a directive. A directive means that it's not yet implemented as a law, but it has to be implemented by each member state. So, as I said, 1 year ago, around about 1 year ago, there was the latest change in the RED. That means the member states have 2 years' time now to implement the RED in their legislation. And in saying that, so in parallel to the RED, there are 2 delegated acts that there is no need for the delegated acts to be implemented. They are already valid as they are, as soon as they are defined. So how does this work? So first of all, we have the European Commission. The European Commission requires the transposition of that law to the member states, as I already mentioned, and the member states obligates the economic operators to take care of that rules. So, and the economic operators, they have to select, first of all, a certification scheme that can be certified, but there will also other certification schemes out there. And then they also have to select a certification body that can be, for example, TÜV, that can be Det Norske Veritas, DNV, that can be Bureau Veritas. There are some stakeholders out there doing that. So, and they select this. And how does this work? So first of all, the legal basis for that, as I already said, is the RED II. The product is not only limited to hydrogen, it also covers e-fuels. And this is grouped as the RFNBOs. And the purpose of Certify is to demonstrate that this fuel is compliant with the legal requirements set out in the RED II and in the delegated acts. So how does this work? There is no specific certificate for wet, but the operators and along the whole supply chain need to have a certificate for what they are doing, for the production of hydrogen, for the distribution of hydrogen, and also for the refueling station, for example. Each of that have to be certified, and there is no certification for the product itself. There is only what is called a proof of sustainability. So that goes with the project, and at the end of the supply chain, it has to be proven that there is a 70% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions compared to the comparator fuel, so that is the fossil fuel. So that is, in a nutshell, I have already received a signal that I should come to an end. In a nutshell, what Certify is doing, and there was also the question what I see as very important for that. We need to have these schemes in place in order to give, first of all, to fulfill the requirements, the legal requirements, but also to give the customer assurance that the product fulfills the RFNBA criteria. So that is important because otherwise customers are always unsure, is this really according to RFNBO rules or not? And therefore, I think this thing is really crucial. And also crucial, I think, is we talked about prices, and therefore I think the hydrogen backbone is also one thing that is very, very, very crucial, that prices can come down. Do not underestimate the costs for hydrogen transport, and pipeline is by far the cheapest way for transporting hydrogen. And I could go on for hours, but I have to stop here. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much for your time. And if you have questions, please approach me during the various breaks, and I will try to help you further. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hubert, for your enthusiasm and for stressing the importance of these certifying systems. I take the opportunity to tell that during the lunch breaks and coffee breaks, take the opportunity to exchange with the panelists and network and continue the discussions that, unfortunately, for a timing reason, are limited here on stage. Now we're turning to Nina. Nina, as a representative of Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Styria in Slovenia, according to you, what should be the link between national and European policies that could improve the impact of hydrogen sector? Thanks a lot.
Yes, thank you also from my side for inviting me to this conference today and for taking the time to listen to us. So, yes, I represent the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Styria region in Slovenia. It's an independent regional chamber, which at the same time has the role of a national manager of a cluster for circular economy, which I'm leading. In that cluster, we have around 100 members now from not only the industry, but also research, academia, and NGOs. So it, let's say, prolongs a little bit the role of the chamber as such. One of the very important topics in that cluster is also hydrogen, even though, yes, let's say the main focus are circular business models, but we believe decarbonization and the transition to low carbon economy is, of course, key part of that circular economy transition. So my experience stems from that area. This cluster was based and established, let's say, in Slovenia due to the smart specialization strategy, which is a European policy. I'm sure that you all heard of it. For Slovenia, it's a little bit specific because we don't have regions. at least not officially, only for cohesion policy purposes. So Slovenia is divided among West and East Slovenia. West is more developed region, is around Ljubljana, capital city, and the East, where I come from, is the less developed region, so we get more funds. Yes. So the connection between the national and the European policies. I'm sure you've all heard, and it was mentioned in the previous panels, of the competitiveness report from Draghi. We also had, in the beginning of the year, in spring, the LETA report about the single European market. I think that first and foremost, we need to have, let's say, a very broad social consensus about the direction where the European policies and therefore also the national policies should go. Without it, we can talk about the transition to low carbon circular economy for years, and we will not get there if there will not be a solid support in terms of social acceptance, in terms of political acceptance, and of course the industry. Having said that, I think that the next step, of course, is the know-how. As coming from a very small country with 2 million people, I see that the bureaucratic apparatus is too big for all the challenges that we have in front of us. So, okay, thank you. That's why I think this, let's say, cohesion and solidarity among the European member states is of utmost importance. We need to push also the public administration to, yes, be involved more into such projects that we are presenting here today. But also, let's say, understand their position, looking at all the legislation and we say legislative tsunami that was that covered the member states in the last years after the European Green Deal. Having this in mind, interministerial collaboration at the level of the member states, but also among the DGs is crucial, especially for topics such as hydrogen and public-private partnerships. I think there should be more of those, but functioning public-private partnerships, of course, because I think the hydrogen story, it's not a question of the chicken and the egg, but it's of collaboration and of listening to each other. So the industry as well as the government, and working towards the common goal. Because without this and without the experiences that we all gather throughout implementing projects such as large hydrogen valleys, we will not get to the goal. The underlying measures that need to be taken are, of course, more investment into R&D at the European and national levels. The second thing is that we need more demand-side policies, especially to the industry applications and use of hydrogen, not only mobility. And finally, support schemes like, of course, grants and subsidies, but also quotas and, for example, measures that like carbon contract for difference. I think this de-risking with the carbon contract for difference is crucial. Last but not least, what the industry is pushing a lot, at least in Slovenia, and from this research and innovation aspect, is demonstration sites. We need test beds in order to see what is feasible, what is relevant, what makes sense, and these demonstration sites should promote interregional collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nina, for your insights and for stressing also the importance of cohesion, solidarity, public-private partnerships, and interregional collaboration. I have one last question for all of you. If you can please reply with a very brief statement to the following question, starting from Magdalena, and then we will go on with Celine. If you had to choose one, which initiative do you believe will be the most effective to drive the growth of the hydrogen sector in Europe's regions over the next 5 years? You have 30 seconds, 1 minute to reply. It's a challenge.
Okay, because I've mentioned the hydrogen valley Brenner before, I think the hydrogen valleys are an important tool, but all in all, it's not a matter of choice. We have to take the strength of all the initiatives in all over Europe.
Thank you. So Hubert, you mentioned the transport of hydrogen by pipe, and actually I have to mention there's a project called HYPHEN that to connect the south of France to Germany, and that would be really good news. I mean, the project applied to CEF funding, and it would be really great news for Imagine and also for building a European network.
Well, I just support what you already said, and I mentioned it before. Pipeline building is crucial, and also it takes time for preparing that. And what I also want to mention here is we have to do the next step now. We have to go away from asking for funds. That is my personal opinion. We have to find other instruments, like the CBAM, like the auctions. So these are closer to the market as just funding is. Funding is putting money into something and looking what happens. What we need is creating a market, and this works better with mechanisms like the auctions than funding money does. So that is my personal opinion, but to be discussed. Thank you.
Well, of course, Interreg projects, but no. I think what, at least from our perspective, really brings some, let's say, pressure and change are the IPCEI projects, important projects of common European interest. And we already have hydrogen projects. Slovenia just joined also this, and we see them as a very good mechanism coordinating all relevant stakeholders.
Thank you very much for all the panelists for giving a brief statement and very clear messages. Now, after a challenge for you, a bit of a challenge for me, as I need to wrap up this interesting conversation. I selected some keywords for as regards the challenges for the big hydrogen projects, the uncertainty, and also the fact that it's an emerging hydrogen economy. Then, regarding the recommendations to speed up the development of full hydrogen value chain, it's the need of cooperation and the support of politics, and stop thinking short-term, but more start thinking long-term. For what concerns the certification systems, demonstrate we need these systems in place to protect also the consumers. And for what concerns the link between national and European policy is the need to have public and private partnerships in place and interregional cooperation. I now thank you a lot for your interesting insights. I really recommend to discuss and exchange also during the lunch break. Now I would like to let Luigi Crema speak. Hopefully there will be the audio. Maybe what I will suggest is that. Let's.
So the English speaking could read it.
Yeah.
You can ask the translator to.
I can read it. Yeah.
No, you can speak it. You read and talk.
Yeah. Otherwise, since there will be another panel that I will be moderating after lunch, we'll take the lunch break as opportunity to solve technical issues, and maybe call for the lunch break now, and then we're gonna start the other panel with the video, if that's okay for you. So enjoy the lunch, and we see you later at 11.
Sorry. I just jump in this panel. So thank you, Sylvia, for chairing. Thank you, all the panelists. What about lunch? Are you hungry? I'm hungry. So let's go having lunch together, some opportunity for networking. It will be not outside, it will be in the EIT space. So as you will not know where it is, I would suggest to follow the signs and to follow us. So otherwise I need then to find you in FBK, it's a big place. So just I would suggest to go outside from that door, take the stairs, and let's follow Eleonora and Sara. Okay? Thank you, everyone. Enjoy the lunch.
Mi piacerebbe saper fare da sé. No, per niente, sto qua, penso di avere la gastrite in questo momento. E poi faccio queste battute
Rilassarvi, fare 4 chiacchiere, un po' di networking, dato che insomma questi eventi servono anche a questo, no? Conoscerci meglio, scambiare contatti, vedere insomma le future collaborazioni che potrebbero
Now, before starting our session, we try once again with the video of my boss, Luigi Crema.
Partnership. Oggi purtroppo non potrò essere presente assieme a voi alla sessione e ai vari eventi perché contemporaneamente sarò a Roma dove, toccando anche gli argomenti di cui voglio parlarvi, sarà presentata in Senato la prima strategia nazionale dell'idrogeno con la presenza del presidente di H2IT Alberto Dossi e con il ministro dell'ambiente e della sicurezza energetica Picchetto Frattin. A valle del supporto dato dal Piano Nazionale di Ripresa e Resilienza con più di 3 miliardi e mezzo di fondi per il settore idrogeno, l'Italia si appresta a intraprendere un nuovo percorso di supporto a questo settore e a seguirne l'evoluzione anche in un periodo di più lunga durata, per cui saranno introdotte all'interno della strategia nazionale le misure per sostenere il settore, per identificare la crescita del lato domanda dei settori industriali hard to abate, cosiddetti, dell'industria chimica, del petrolchimico, delle acciaierie, delle industrie diciamo ad alta intensità energetica come le vetrerie, le ceramiche, il settore della carta e altre. Questo si collega anche a un supporto sul lato produzione, quindi in che forma l'idrogeno può rientrare all'interno del mercato della domanda con una strategia che identifica la modalità in cui questo idrogeno può essere prodotto in Italia, sostanzialmente nella forma rinnovabile o a bassa intensità carbonica, e quali infrastrutture poi abilitanti sia necessario implementare all'interno della strategia stessa, quindi lo sviluppo delle reti di trasporto idrogeno, lo sviluppo dei hub di import quali i porti e gli aeroporti, lo sviluppo della rete delle stazioni di rifornimento idrogeno in linea anche con quanto previsto dal regolamento europeo sulle infrastrutture per i combustibili alternativi. Sicuramente la strategia avrà bisogno di risorse, di fondi, il Ministero stesso è al lavoro su un decreto tariffe che dovrebbe vedere la luce il prossimo anno e il quale dovrebbe creare un primo diciamo, strumento di incentivazione sul settore idrogeno per fare matching tra il più elevato costo di produzione dell'idrogeno e il costo di valorizzazione che il mercato è pronto a dare a questo vettore energetico. Oltre a questo, sul fronte europeo sicuramente ci sono tutta una serie di ulteriori politiche in corso di formazione che la nuova Commissione europea prenderà in campo. Non vado a citare tutte le politiche, atti, documenti già usciti nei mesi scorsi e che ben conoscete, ma cito in particolare 3 elementi. Il primo elemento è un report della European Court of Auditors, è uscito lungo l'estate, e questo report identifica e critica la Commissione europea per quelle che sono alcune diciamo policy sviluppate a supporto della crescita di questo settore, come ad esempio viene citato l'atto delegato alla Renewable Energy Directive 2, come diciamo non in linea con quello che può essere uno sviluppo rapido del mercato. Oltre a questo sicuramente c'è un'indicazione di creare una maggiore sinergia e una minore frammentazione del supporto sul settore idrogeno tra quello che è il miglioramento della competitività europea, quello che riguarda il processo di scaling up e di prima industrializzazione e lo sviluppo del cosiddetto early market, creando una strategia e un programma sinergico tra queste 3 azioni che vada a potenziare non solo lo sviluppo del mercato dell'idrogeno, ma anche l'industria europea che produce poi e mette sul mercato queste tecnologie. Un secondo elemento da citare è il Draghi Report, il quale cita l'idrogeno ben 80 volte all'interno del report stesso e identifica l'idrogeno assieme al settore dell'eolico, dell'energia eolica, come i 2 settori di maggior competitività ad oggi in Europa, quindi settori sicuramente da difendere dal punto di vista del posizionamento industriale e quindi con l'industria europea che può avere avere un ruolo importante anche all'interno di quella che è la transizione energetica. Per finire c'è il primo saluto della Presidente von der Leyen con la nuova Commissione, appena presi gli incarichi, che identifica nuovamente l'idrogeno come un settore che farà parte delle politiche europee della nuova Commissione. Nel suo primo documento di saluto l'idrogeno viene citato in 4 occasioni come un elemento cardine in cui sviluppare infrastrutture europee, in cui sviluppare politiche e stimolare quella che è la creazione del futuro mercato. Con questo vi saluto calorosamente e vi auguro una buona prosecuzione delle attività della giornata. Buongiorno, un caro saluto a tutti.
Bene, siamo riusciti a vedere il video, ad ascoltare Luigi, glielo faremo sapere. Ci siamo riusciti.
We're happy because we listened to Guido. Now, let's start the second session of this conference. We will have a session on the contribution of these projects. We will have practical applications in the Alpine territories, and we will analyze 3 of the main challenges raised by this issue. Now, I'll move to English.
Silvia Buzzetti. We already met her this morning. Silvia is Program Assistant at DG Regio of the European Commission, the Directorate focusing on the European Macro-Regional Strategy for the Alpine region and overseeing several Interreg programs for territorial cooperation. I would also ask the speakers to join me, Silvia and the speakers. Rodolfo Taccani from University of Trieste, Céline Köster from Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, I hope I made it correct, Nikolaus Fleischhacher from Green Energy Center, and that's it, because the other speaker got sick. Then enjoy this panel discussion and presentations.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. I know it's a bit of a challenging time because the lunch is just before us, and now it's a bit digestion time, but I'm sure that our panelists and our speakers will speak about exciting projects and will manage to grasp your attention. And it is an honor to be here today to introduce some truly exciting projects that are not only transforming the energy landscape, but are also strengthening cooperation across regions and across borders. These initiatives are directly aligned with the EU's 2030 climate and energy targets, which aim to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions by 55% compared to 1990 levels. As Ilaria stated before, I work with a specific focus on the EU macro-regional strategy for the Alpine region, also known as EUSALP. Before diving into the projects, allow me to briefly explain what is the Alpine strategy all about. The EU strategy for the Alpine region is a collaborative effort between Alpine states and regions. Its purpose is to address specific challenges of the Alpine area, such as digital, climate, and demographic transition. This year, for example, Slovenia holds the presidency of the strategy and puts forward 3 priorities: circular economy, quality of life for young people in the Alps, and sustainable water management. The strategy aims to bridge local and regional activities with European priorities. So it is much more than a framework. It's a unifying platform that aligns regional initiatives also with Europe's broader goal, including climate and energy. It facilitates the sharing of best practices, ensuring that the knowledge from one region can benefit another. In this way, cooperation becomes a reality. What brings today's projects under the USALP framework is the shared focus on regional cooperation and also innovation. Each of these initiatives is unique, yet they are working towards the same goal, building a sustainable hydrogen ecosystem. And these projects are vital in advancing Europe's journey towards climate neutrality. But let me now first introduce our distinguished speakers, and then you can come here to change the slides, and I will leave you this place. The first speaker is Rodolfo Taccani, professor at University of Trieste, and his research focuses on energy conversion systems, particularly fuel cells and hydrogen. He has authored around 100 international papers and coordinates research projects, including North Adriatic Valley Project. This project is particularly significant as it has a cross-border nature involving Italy, Slovenia, and Croatia. Professor Taccani will share how this project builds connection across region and how the results align to EU's 2030 climate targets. Next, we will hear from Céline Kester, project manager at the International Relations Department of Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region in France. And Céline will introduce the Imagine project, which aims to develop a large-scale hydrogen valley in the heart of France. She will explain how hydrogen valleys can contribute to develop a hydrogen economy and how they serve as vital nodes in the broader hydrogen value chain. Following this, Nikolaus Fleischacher from the Energy Center will speak about HyWest project. Nikolaus Fleischacher is co-founder of the Green Energy Center in Innsbruck. And he plays a key part in national and international pioneering research projects focused on sustainable energy system, including green hydrogen initiatives. This Austrian initiative, HyWest Projects, is a flagship of Tyrol's 2050 energy autonomy strategy. He will share the project successes, the challenges, and also the valuable lessons learned, which could serve also as a model for other entities across the Alpine region. Although the hydrogen economy is still at its early stages, these projects are leading the way towards a more sustainable energy future. They demonstrate how transnational cooperation and innovation can bring us closer to a greener and more connected Europe. Thank you all for your attention, and I look forward to hearing more from our speakers. And after the presentation, there will be an opportunity for Q&A session, so don't hesitate to ask questions. And I leave the floor to Professor Taccani. Thanks a lot.
I move there? Okay.
You can change slides.
Okay, so first of all, thank you for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to be here today and to present in the North Adriatic Hydrogen Valley. Well, I'd like to reply to three typical questions that arises when talking about Hydrogen Valley. One is, where is the valley about? The second one, typical question, is how long it took the process to arrive at this point. And the other is, what we have done so far. So as for the first question, the North Adriatic Hydrogen Valley is a transnational hydrogen valley that extends over the territories of Friuli-Venezia Giulia region, Slovenia, and Croatia. And we have 27 partners, and from the very beginning of the project, we wanted to have all the components, so the industrial part, the companies, and obviously the public institution. So the project is addressing it is aiming to produce, as it is a large-scale hydrogen valley project, to produce and to use green hydrogen for 5,000 tons per year. And okay, is it okay? Okay, good. And the overall budget is 350 million, 25 provided by the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. So it is that the private contribution is really relevant. Well, what has done so far? So it is 1 year that the project is running, and we start in September 23. And but this image, it was of 2 years before, actually. So because it took almost 3 years to arrive to the proposal. So we started in 2019 to talk with the territories and to interact with the public institutions, with the private companies in order to raise the interest for this project. And actually, this picture itself, that is the public expression of interest of the public institution toward this initiative, it's a great achievement. Itself, it's a great achievement. Because, by the way, it was this picture is taken in one of the places, in one square in Gorizia, Nova Gorica, that somehow is the symbol of the reconciliation of these all the countries that, as we know, in the past suffer from very, very complex problem. So one achievement, it is, in my opinion, this picture itself. Well, going to the demo cases, that the pilot project that we are planning, and at this point we are in the phase of the development. We have a 17 pilot project that spans over the 3 pillars: the production, the transportation, and the utilization of hydrogen. And in particular, the sector of utilization are the so-called hard-to-abate sector. So in particular, in this macro region, we are addressing the steel production process, the cement process, and the glass production process. Well, what is peculiar in a transnational hydrogen valley? By sure, many aspects, but one that I want to point out is probably the perimeter of the regulatory framework. So because we have already heard this morning that it is a very complex, and it is a very also time-consuming in some cases to get all the authorization, the certification for installing a new plant, for example, a new hydrogen production plant. So the possibility to confront, to have, to share the experience with the other countries, in my opinion, is very important. They give it is one of the important aspects of this project. Well, then there are many others, and there are many other difficulties, because you can imagine it is, as you know, quite complex to run a project of this type in one single country. So you imagine in 3 different countries. And another interesting thing is that there is one region and 2 countries. So this itself is a cause of problem, but at the end it is a very interesting experience. Well, in this project, we know, in all these projects, we know it is very important to keep track of the impact. So, and one is another, let's say, ambit we are working on at the moment. So, and we are now developing a framework, a platform, in order to address all the activities that are necessary for keeping track of what is happening. And in particular, it is important to have the baseline definition. And again, we are talking about 3 territories and 17 pilot projects. So it is quite a complex let's say, activity. Just to make an example, and we are addressing in this case one of the first pilot project that we are developing is the green hydrogen production plant. I will talk in the next slide about this. And we are preparing a kind of a protocol how to keep the information relevant for this type of plant. In particular, the focus of the research activity in this hydrogen valley, or part of the focus of the research activity is the hydrogen efficiency of the whole value chain. We know that one of the problems is the hydrogen efficiency, they say the efficiency of all the value chain. So we are using the KPI that are already defined, but we are also introducing new KPI in order, in particular, to take into account the degradation of the various components. Well, so far we are arriving at the order of the first electrolyzer of the green hydrogen production plant. It is a 5 megawatt plant with photovoltaic panels, and this is where we are now. So we expect to complete the order process hopefully by October, or maybe at the latest early November. And so this is one of the things that we have done so far. And there is a very short video of this plant. Let's see if I can start here. Yes, it is. Okay. So. Yeah, just music. Okay, it will be in Trieste. It is called the Hydrogen Hub Trieste, and it is we are setting up the photovoltaic field. It will be by the sea, as you can see. And here there will be the electrolyzer, and the hydrogen will be used initially for transport application, and later for industrial use in the hard-to-abate. And this small plant has a capacity of about 400 tons per year. In particular, we want to decarbonize the port operation, the logistic of the port operation. This is all. Thank you.
We will now hear from Céline Kester for the project Imagine.
Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry, too close. Thank you, Sylvia. And I gave you this morning a very brief insight of Imagine, but now I will go more into details to present you this new project for our region. Okay, so as I said this morning, so Imagine is a large-scale hydrogen valley, and it was selected by the Clean Hydrogen Partnership in the 2023 call. So the project is quite new because it started in January this year, and it will last for 6 years, so until the end of 2029. So the overall objective of Imagine is to decarbonize industry and heavy mobility, and thus contribute to the Fit for 55 objective to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and it also contributes to the objective of producing renewable hydrogen in Europe. So when we say it's for us, it's a change of scale. It's because we started in the region with the first project called Zero Emission Valley, and that is centered only on mobility. So this project was launched started in 2018, and the idea was to produce H2 and have refueling stations, and at the same time give grants, European and regional grants, to make it easier to buy vehicles. So this was the first step for us. So the Zero Emission Valley was already the region that initiated and coordinated, and then with Imagine, it's really, we want to go bigger because this project covers the whole value chain. So from transport to end users, and also it targets the usage is not only on mobility but also on the industry and energy. Right, so if we go more into the content, the detail of the project itself. So as I said, this time the project covers the whole hydrogen value chain. So I will go more into detail afterwards, but this gives you the whole picture. So from production, storage, transport, distribution, and then the end uses for mobility, for industry, and energy. On the right-hand side, you also see some other partners that are involved in the project, and they are more in cross-cutting activities, which are also very important to support the other activities. They are in, for instance, safety issues, data management, and also there's a whole aspect of the project which is on linking with other valleys and also with a view to a replication strategy. So here is the focus on production, transport, and storage. So you see a map of Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes region. So the production of H2, here you have all the major, well, all the stakeholders that are involved in that activity. And the target is to produce 8,000 tons a year of renewable and low-carbon hydrogen. So you see we have different initiatives here. Then for the transport aspect, so on the map you see the dotted line is the transport by tube trailer of hydrogen, and there's also in the project the construction of pipelines, small pipelines, with different actors. And as I mentioned this morning, the yellow line from north to south is this, so it's still a project at the moment, but it's this hyphen corridor that we would like to connect for the project. And then, yes, there's also an aspect on storage. We have one initiative in the north of the region, Storengy, and here the project is to store H2 in a salt cavern, and the aim is to store 44 tons of hydrogen. Now a focus on the uses. So as you can see, we have many, well, most of the stakeholders we have are on mobility. So this is where we have quite many partners. Sometimes they contribute with one bus, one coach, but in total that makes a bigger project. So we have on-road vehicles, mostly buses, coaches. So the companies you see here are, yes, either transport companies or in the city, the public transport in the city. And we also have off-road vehicles. That would be mostly in the Lyon airport, the airport in Lyon, for ground support equipment, so all the vehicles that carry the luggage or the people within the airport on the tarmac. And we also have, well, I should say maybe had also snow groomers. Unfortunately, it seems a bit at stake at the moment, but that was also an example of off-road vehicles. And also we have tractors, farm tractors. maybe more of an anecdote, but to show you that there's a variety of vehicle uses. As far as the use in industry is concerned, we have this Arkema, so that's a big chemical company. And here in the project, their contribution is to replace, so they already use hydrogen in their manufacturing process, but they will replace it with renewable hydrogen that they will produce. They will set up an electrolyzer within this project. Yes, I will mention also energy, although it's a smaller part, but it concerns again the airports in Lyon, and they will use it for an emergency generator. Also have to mention that the fact that we have so many stakeholders, let's say maybe for the mobility, one of the added value of the project that there is the idea is that they have synergies, they have a group together so they can discuss, exchange, because this is very new, so they have here a space to work together. So now we have a bigger picture, so that you see the project within on a European map. So Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes is the blue circle in the middle, and so you see that well, most of the partners are from France, of course, because as opposed to NAV, the project here is really centered on our region, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes. But we also have partners from Italy. Politecnico di Torino. We have a partner also in Spain, Foundation of Aragon for H2. We also have associated partners in Switzerland, in Portugal. Here they are really interested, because it's the airports in Portugal, so they are really interested in knowing what's going on in Lyon airport, maybe with a view to replication. We also have observers, either regions or other projects we would like to make links with. Also to mention that the region is co-leading the S3 Valley, the H2 Valleys S3 partnership. So it's again an opportunity to exchange and give more, exchange about the project and link with other regions and valleys. With a view to the replication strategy. Oh yes, I didn't mention we also have technical observers. They are not directly involved, but we keep them informed of what's going on in the project, and then they can be inspired or give us their feedback also. So now to sum up a bit, there are just a few figures, key figures on the project. So I mentioned it's co-financed by the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, so that's 200 million investment in total, of which we have 20 million euros co-funding by the CHP. Yes, the rest I think I mentioned already. So thank you for your attention, and if you have questions afterwards. And also, I brought a few brochures about the programs, the projects, so feel free to take one. There are at the entrance, but there are some here also. Thank you.
Now we will hear from Nikolaus Fleischhacker for iWest project.
So, hello everyone. I will now give you an overview of the regional hydrogen project Viva PNG iWest, which is also a hydrogen valley, but a national one. I'm coming from the Green Energy Center Europe in Innsbruck, which is a center, as you can see here, but also a codex partnership of companies. It's a private sector codex partnership of industry and small companies, startups, working together towards the goal of creating towards a green energy future. The center is run by Fen Systems, my company. I founded it together with my father in 2014, so I'm working in the field for already 10 years now, and we're working in strategy, project development, but also quality assurance and dissemination and training of hydrogen topics. 2018, it was also complemented by a research facility coping on the interdisciplinary systems research and logistics research. Today I want to show you 3 topics regarding this hydrogen valley. We talk quite a lot about hydrogen, and we obviously take it for granted that it's a thing, but we are in a very high competition to other technologies, especially the direct use of electricity, and this is why the first part I want to also focus on this issue and how we see these things and what is our basis for the projects we do. Then I will give you an overview similar to the other presentations on this Viva PNG AMETHyST Hydrogen Valley, its key values, and then sum up with the project, the sub-projects it's based on. Yeah, we are reconstructing the energy system. We are shifting from fossil fuels, from fossil energy carriers to a volatile resources, sun, water, wind. And that means that volatile demand now meets volatile resources, and this coverage of demand, so to say, the matching of the electricity when we have it to when we need it is becoming more and more of an issue. And obviously this is known for a really long time already, and therefore we also introduced, or to be more precise, my father introduced to this power on demand process also a power to hydrogen process, where again an energy carrier is introduced in the form of hydrogen, which brings also back storability within this system. And at the Green Energy Center, we mainly focus and research and make projects about these 2 processes, so direct use of energy within the power on demand and the power to hydrogen process, where we use this step to make hydrogen with electricity and then have a storability also within our energy system. And all these ideas are based on an energy strategy which was developed for this region of Tyrol, where also this AMETHyST project is placed in. This energy strategy was developed over centuries and then implemented in 2014. It basically shows that we, after a long time of energy growth, exponential energy growth, with a lot of oil and gas, we want to get rid of the oil and gas and substitute the remaining energy by own resources. And this means that, of course, we have to get more efficient, that we have to reduce the energy demand, but also make more use of own energies, and basically that we reconstruct the energy system based on electricity. But as I already pointed out, this power on demand, the direct use of electricity, is always limited. I mean, it's not an issue at the moment, but becoming more and more of an issue, and that's why on an early stage we also worked on the power to hydrogen, which is much more complicated, as we already heard in all the presentations before, to implement. So this is the reason why we are dealing with hydrogen, and hydrogen is not the only thing we are working on. We always see this in combination with the electrification or direct electrification of the energy system. AMETHyST, a national hydrogen valley, its history goes back to 2014, 15, 16, and was then developed for the call year 2018-19. Project acronym Viva PNG HyWest Regional Green Hydrogen Economy. It's the third call within an energy model region, a national call system set up. It's a funding, or the funding instrument is a flagship project, which means it's the biggest projects that are funded in Austria. And that also means that it comes with quite high standards regarding evaluation and audit. So there is an international jury which is every year evaluating the project, seeing if it can move forward or not. And it's safe to say that all these hydrogen projects, as we already heard today also, they all face huge challenges and also drawbacks. I will give you also some facts about this in the next part. This project is also developed in a so-called energy model region, Viva PNG, which translates to Wasserstoffinitiative Forza-Region Austria, which means it's the hydrogen initiative and the model region for hydrogen in Austria and power and gas. It started already in 2020 and was now prolonged until the end of 2025 for one, so we got a project extension of 1 year. The implementation stage is quite advanced already, and the total project budget is divided into two streams. There is a research and development part and also an investment part with 9 million on the research and development, and more on the investment part, and the total maximum contribution of the Climate and Energy Fund of 9 million euro. The consortium consists of FEN Systems, my company, which is the consortium lead, and 3 project owners or operators which operate 3 projects within the North Tyrol, within the Inntal Valley. First one, and the spearhead project, is AMETHyST. We'll show you some more on that, which is started already in 2016. Another one is a rail project which faced a major drawback, and the third one is operated by the regional energy company TVAG and its subsidiaries. And there are also research partners involved, FEN Research regarding the system and logistics research, HyCentar from Graz regarding all the technical hydrogen issues, and the Energie Institute regarding the economic hydrogen competences, bringing that in. So this is a quick overview of Viva PNG HyWest and what did we achieve so far. I already told you it's based on 3 projects, and it all started within this hydrogen corridor, which is important because we are coming back to that a bit later, or at the end when I give you an outlook where what are the next steps. So we started our hydrogen activities in 2014, building up the hydrogen highway from Munich, Innsbruck, Bolzano. Also back then Trento was mentioned, and placing hydrogen fueling stations there, and also first production in Bolzano. And some of the protagonists from IT back then I also met here. That was quite nice. And based on these initiatives with first cars and hydrogen fueling stations, a first hydrogen really small hydrogen economy was built up. So we had demand and we had production or distribution, and so no hen or egg issue, which is so often mentioned. And out of that, the project, our spearhead project, was developed at the company of AMETHyST. We'll show you a bit more here. We have everything there that makes a green hydrogen economy, including electrolysis, storage, distribution, vehicles, and so on. So we was then complemented by a hydrogen train project, which is was more of a commercial project, which didn't go the way as developed, so to say. And it's finalized by a Power-to-X project. I will also give you some overview. So let's first show you the Viva PNG AMETHyST Emprise project. At this production site of Emprise, you have to know Emprise is a local food retailer. They have about 250 shops, retail shops, where they sell foodstuffs, but they also produce it on the production side, which is near to Innsbruck. And there they have a bakery, and they have a butchery, and also a logistics center. And there they need a lot of diesel, 1.6 million liters of diesel per year, and also a lot of gas, 12 gigawatt hours per year. And the idea was to place a hydrogen production unit, electrolyzer, into this system, and then make use of all the energy flows. So the hydrogen electrolyzer, which was implemented in a project already before, in a European project called Demo for Grid, has a power of 3.2 megawatts, and then this hydrogen is, I can show it here, is then stored. The electrolyzer is stored, and it can be then refined, so purified, so that it can be used in mobility applications. Within AMETHyST, we could implement the first hydrogen truck of Austria 2 years ago, which was back then also one of the first in Europe, if we exclude Switzerland. We also implemented a heavy-duty hydrogen refueling infrastructure, also faced a lot of challenges there because the refueling protocols at this time for heavy duty were not that advanced or at the very beginning. And also we implemented a first hydrogen infrastructure and logistics system. So we can also transport hydrogen, green hydrogen, to other places. And this even has become the main issue. And last but not least, there is also the possibility to substitute natural gas with a hydrogen burner. So as I said, this is our spearhead project. It's the furthest advanced within this National Hydrogen Valley. Another one that didn't go so well was the Zillertalbahn 2020 Plus Energy Autonomous with Hydrogen, a train project which was finally stopped this year because the hydrogen train wasn't the cheapest option. Was under development for 8 years, and obviously this outcome could have been already known, or we knew that already when we began with the project. That's a very sad thing. Why? Because there is no hand and egg issue, because with a train you have a high need of hydrogen demand, and you can cover that with a production within this valley that was supposed to be also complemented by buses and hydrogen snow groomers. Also for the snow groomers, we initiated our own projects because they are still not available. You cannot buy them. So I know the issue. Nevertheless, this would have been by far the cheapest possibility to introduce hydrogen in a project. Of course, not the cheapest train, but if you think it more globally, it was a really good solution. If we maybe compare it to a hydrogen truck is by factors 5, 6, 9 the cost. And the last project to conclude is the Power-to-X Kufstein, which is in some ways now together with a sister project also in realization. Project lead or the project coordinator is here. Daniel Jakob is sitting in the back, so if you have any questions there, please ask him. And so I come to the end. Next steps are that we now want to develop or use these elements for overarching hydrogen valley from Bavaria to Trento, so we come back to the roots, to the hydrogen highway. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for presenting these projects. We went just a tiny bit ahead of time, but I was just wondering if some of you has any question. Maybe we can reserve 2 or 3 minutes to any Q&A and any question you might have. If not, I have a question for Rodolfo. What is the added value of a cooperation across borders with Italy?
Yes, thank you for the question. Well, developing this transnational hydrogen valley is, as I said, a very complex activity, and probably the main one of the main achievement and value is that we could share opinions and visions over the 3 countries regarding the energy transition in a broader sense, not only for hydrogen. And this is, my opinion, very important achievement, and I think I'm sure that it will bring a positive outcome in the future of the hydrogen valley.
Thank you very much. If we don't have any more questions, I will suggest to turn into the next panel. Thank you.
So thank you very much to all the speakers, to Silvia. Just a piece of information. If you are interested, Nikolaus is here with his hydrogen car. So if you want to have a look inside a nitrogen car and see what's inside, maybe nothing, I don't know. But just ask him. So you can go under the rain if it's still raining and check the car of Nikolaus. Are you happy that I said that? Fantastic. I will go back to Italian now. Un'informazione per voi.
So a piece of information for you. You may have noted it on LinkedIn. We have the AMETHyST project, which is sharing some activities. I saw a couple of them. So if you want to listen to the contributions, you can go to this link. Okay, let's now move to the next presentation. Domenico Borrello, Professor of Energy and Environment Systems at the Department of Mechanic Engineering, University La Sapienza di Roma, and teacher of conversion and power accumulation from renewable and innovative sources. Domenico Borrello is also a researcher in the sector of renewable sources. So implementation scenarios of hydrogen in alpine communities within the AMETHyST project.
Ilaria, let me know when I arrive at 8 minutes, because... Okay.
Fatemi sapere quando arrivo a 2 minuti dal mio tempo.
So, welcome everyone. Today I will present some sort of technical presentation that is pertinent to analysis that we carried out for the APRIE, for the province of Trento. We developed a tool together with Sara, I don't see Sara, and Luca, okay. Luca, sorry, your name is not here because it is the same title that we used for the conference, and you decided to don't participate. So. But in any case, Luca was very, very helpful in this.
The idea was started, the idea of this cooperation started because there was the idea to implement a possible solution for the heating of some communities, some small towns in the province of Trento, because there is a large part of this region, the part in white, that is not reached by the natural gas network. So in this case, there is a specific problem related to the heating, because most of the people there is a wide variety of alternative solutions, including biomass, of course, but also liquid petroleum gas or diesel fuel for producing heat that is very relevant in terms of emission. And so it is important to try to reduce the carbon footprint, but this was not an easy way to do this, because the heat pumps were not feasible for this type of solution due to the very high temperature difference, and then probably use of biomass could generate some problem related to sustainability to the use of biomass, at least in long term. So the idea was to understand, to try to examine the problem and try to solve the problem itself by using hydrogen. And then we started to make this analysis, trying to define different type of scenarios that could be pertinent to this type of the problem, because in the different town we have in different town villages we have different problems. So we started our analysis by examining the situation in Trentino, and together with the group in the province, we indicated 3 typical different scenarios that you can see here. I don't know if you see. Okay. These are the 3 scenarios that we analyzed. One is Peio, that is a small town where we have a number of different boilers, civil boilers, so one per any building. Okay, I don't know why it is going up. I don't know if someone in the back is working on this. And then in this case, the idea is, okay, let's try to understand if it is possible to generate a grid, an hydrogen grid, to feed all the houses. And in the second case, we worked on Ronzo Chienis, that is another small village. I don't know how much small, but a small village where there are a small network of natural gas, based on the use of liquid natural gas, and then passage into the grid, where we examined the possibility to implement a sort of blending, 10% and 20%. And the final scenario we analyzed was pertinent to San Martino di Castrozza, where we have this district heating that was fed by primarily by using biomass, but for the peak time there is a diesel boiler that is producing the needed heat. And in this case, we just tried to examine what happened if we substitute hydrogen with to the diesel fuel. So these are the 3 scenarios we examined. We developed a model, a tool that was based on the implementation of photovoltaic plant and a station for production of hydrogen and storage, together with the final uses. The idea was to try to establish preliminarily the demand of hydrogen in the 3 different configurations, and we do this by assuming that we started from some raw data based on the use of the fuel in these 3 different scenarios. It was a long work just to extract and manipulate this data. And at the end of the story, we understood that for the 3 different scenarios, we had different requirements in terms of hydrogen in tons per year with a different coverage. In none of the cases, at the end of the story, we substitute completely the existing solution with pure hydrogen, because otherwise it could be very difficult to find the total amount of hydrogen. So here you can see a number of the relation on how we understood the need, and also how we produced the hydrogen. What we can see is that in the basic scenario, though we don't have, no, in the basic scenario we worked by using a photovoltaic plant, an electrolyzer, a low pressure buffer where we stored the hydrogen for the daily production, compressor and high pressure storage, and finally end users. Okay, nothing more on this. In order to understand really what is the real need of hydrogen, and especially in order to understand how big should be the storage, we decided to develop a tool that was able to take in account from a dynamical point of view the production of hydrogen and the consumption. Of course, we can start just saying, okay, during the year I need 1 ton of hydrogen. I produce 1 ton of hydrogen, store it, and I use during the year. But in general, we have a continuous production, continuous consumption. So it is possible that the total amount of hydrogen that I have to store, the maximum amount of hydrogen that I have to store, is not as big. So the idea was, okay, let's try to compute something using a time-dependent tool that is able to take in account the radiation that we have on the soil, and the production, and finally the end users. So we developed this code in MATLAB Simulink, and on the basis of this, we were able to understand the characteristic of the different scenarios in terms of dimension of the power plant, the photovoltaic plant that was needed to be used, and also the capacity of and the dimension of the storage. Is it possible to see immediately that in the first case, in the case where we tried to generate hydrogen network, the quantity of hydrogen that was needed was really too high, and it was out of the possible application, because there is really a problem of producing a photovoltaic plant so big, 21 megawatts, but also to have this so big storage of hydrogen. I see someone from the fire brigades here. I imagine that they are quite worried about this quite huge amount of hydrogen. But at the end, what we have seen is that for feeding scenario 2 and scenario number 3, it could be a possible solution, provided that the local conditions were sufficient to support the economic effort. There is a big problem, and it is something that I want to point out. I discussed it with all of the people this morning about this. The real problem is the use of an electrolyzer that is directly connected to the photovoltaic plant. If we do this, we have that our photovoltaic system will work for a number of hours that is quite low. So we have very high capex cost. So we decided in a second step of the analysis to try to feed the electrolyzer also with some part of the hydropower. So we examined 3 different configurations where we considered to use part of the electricity coming from hydropowers by assuming a number of different modulation based on the cost of the megawatt, so the so-called PUN, prezzo unico nazionale, a unique national price of the electricity. And when this PUN was above the threshold, all the production was given to the grid. Otherwise, part of the production could be used for producing hydrogen. So we analyzed the number of configurations, and what we have seen is that we were able to work in a more proper way by we have use of the electrolyzer for a longer period. And so from this point of view, this solution could result in a better solution. So I don't know why it is this. Here we have some results that are related to other let's say, emission scenario and costs. Unfortunately, I have no time. I saw that I have just 1 minute. So I invite you to check all these results on the report that is present in the website of the Provincia di Trento. So what we can say is that we analyzed the feasibility. We have very interesting results in our point of view. We developed this model that could be used in a huge quantity of applications. And we have this control logic algorithm that is able to take in account how to modulate the production of hydrogen and the use of the renewable sources in order to optimize costs and minimize emissions and other. Just I want to spend a few words on an outcome that we have from this project, because after the development of the model, we understood that probably we need also an improvement of our model to take in account the problem of transportation of hydrogen, especially if we are considering the existing pipelines, where one of the big problems is that, of course, the hydrogen has a density that is much smaller than the natural gas. Then if we use the same pipeline and the same pressure, the power that we are transmitting, we are transferring, is much lower. So we analyzed the problem of increasing the pressure and also the problem of increasing power in the compressors when we move from natural gas to hydrogen. What we have seen is that, okay, we have some data here about the mass flow rate that is required in 3 different configurations, natural gas, blending, or hydrogen. But what I would like to point out is the increase in the power of the compressors related to the passage from natural gas to pure hydrogen. This is the blending. That is quite high, related to the fact that we have to increase the pressure, and also that it is much energy consumption. We have a much higher energy consumption if we pass from the natural gas to the hydrogen. So this is just to give you an idea of how this power increases. And finally, I have also the final application of the integration of the 2 models. We did a preliminary study assuming that we are producing hydrogen in Africa, in Tunisia, and we bring hydrogen from Tunisia through the South Corridor to the Taranto steel making. We analyzed all the process starting from production, transportation, and final uses, and we also, at the end of the story, we extracted the levelized cost of hydrogen from this type of solution. And what we can see is that if we obtain something that is closer to €6 per kilogram of hydrogen, if we produce hydrogen from green sources, and this cost is lower, but not so much lower, just half more or less, if we produce using steam methane reforming. This is something that we have already developed, we are testing, but it is almost finished at the moment, so it is something that we are interested in. So I can stop my presentation. Thank you very much for us. Pausa caffè? No. Of course, if you have questions, we can discuss at coffee break.
No, we were just joking. There is no coffee break now. It was just a trick to see if you are still alive. And torno all'italiano. No, comunque, grazie mille al professor Borello per la presentazione. Se ci sono domande, mi raccomando.
If you have questions,
c'è una domanda.
There is one question. Wonderful. Fantastic. Questions need to be made in a microphone in order to be translated. Otherwise, they cannot be heard. I have 2 very rapid questions. Going beyond what we all expect and the contribution of hydrogen with trucks, Is it so that the local experiences that we saw have adopted strategies to widespread the usage of hydrogen in businesses, including the hard-to-abate sector, because they are energy-intensive businesses often. So the question is, have there been proactive initiatives to evolve entrepreneurs and businesses from the very start? The second question, equally fast to you, Professor, is about the hypothesis of creating a utility-scale renewable plant, devoting part of it to the production of hydrogen and the stockage of energy as an alternative to lithium batteries, or as an alternative to energy dome or the oxides that are on the market. So have you assessed these two things? First question was about actions to involve businesses, and the second question was about hydrogen to store energy for night use purposes. Devo tradurre la domanda?
I don't think I'm the best person for answer to the first question, but as for the second, I try to answer immediately to the second. Okay, first of all, let's consider that hydrogen is a long-term storage. We could consider that the storage is different. Hydrogen and batteries are not the same type of storage, because batteries are okay for 3 days, 1 week maybe, but not more than this. And if we consider the application we had, we produced most of hydrogen during the summer and used during the winter. So there is no chance that we can have batteries for something like this. So, okay, this is my first point. Second point, there are these problems and limitations related to Delegate Act about the production of hydrogen from renewable sources that is quite limiting in terms of producing hydrogen when the renewables are not available, and also the problem of additionality. We can produce green hydrogen only if we add new plants for producing the electricity to produce green hydrogen. In my point of view, it is a silly position. But of course, I'm not the one that is writing the rules. What I can say is that I think that Luigi told something about some sort of comment that were done to this. Let's hope that with the new commission something could change from this point of view, because otherwise hydrogen could have a very big problem, especially because in the United States these type of limitations are not existing. So the problem of a technology that is developed elsewhere is, it is just imported here, and we are just user and not producer anymore, it is quite big. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
In my opinion, we should produce hydrogen. We should use the electrolyzer for all the hours they can work in here, but it is just my position.
Alla prima domanda troviamo nella pausa caffè.
We will find an answer to the first question during the coffee break. We will have coffee break after the next panel. Now, I would say that we can move on to the next panel, and we will have 3 different panels, which are 3 challenges. We will talk about possible solutions in the supply chain of hydrogen in terms of know-how, investment, and we will start from know-how. I would kindly ask Engineer Sara Veronese to join me here because she will moderate the panel. We have Alessandro Prada from University of Trento and Bolzano. We have Silvia Di Rosa, the president of the Board of Engineers of Province of Trento, Rodolfo Taccani, University of Trieste, Monica Massaro, Gruppo Dolomiti Energia. Silvia Di Rosa is in charge of European projects and coordinates EU-funded projects. She manages relations in that respect, and she's also responsible for sustainable energy projects. She specifically sees to the implementation of the provincial energy plan. As introduced by Ilaria, in this panel, we will focus on challenges and possible solutions for hydrogen from the viewpoint of know-how and skills. We have here speakers who represent the supply chain, and we have university, businesses, since we have several stakeholders and in this long-term vision. The professions that are going to be needed in the hydrogen supply chain go from the utility manager, data scientist, data analyst, the designers, the technical engineers, certificators, certifiers, and all of those who are going to be needed in the research and development part, which means that with our four guests, we will see how we will match supply and demand in research and development and businesses to the benefit of the hydrogen supply chain, which is being built. So much so that we have to keep in mind that this development will take 10, 15 years from now. We should also focus on the academic pathway needed and then the training at the workplace, which is the scenario which opens up also in terms of education and training. This is going to be addressed by our panelists. I have a few questions to the panelists, and of course we will try and build an answer together. I would like to ask Mr. Taccani from the University of Trieste what his view of this is, since you see students every day, how university education is doing in relation to what is needed in terms of education and training from hydrogen. And I am an engineer, and so you are also an engineer, I know, so you have the right question to ask whether engineering graduates are ready to meet this challenge. Well, I would like to start from what we are witnessing over these very days at universities in terms of assisting businesses in the energy transition process. I showed to you an electrolyzer in Trieste earlier on, and there university contributed heavily to the making of this plant. And that is one element. A second element is that we, as a university, need to be neutral when it comes to energy transition. Of course, hydrogen is important, but we have to be neutral and consider all possible opportunities. We need profiles and vertical skills and competencies in a number of sectors. I think of data analysis, which is of paramount importance. Then that is needed in order to know how to run these plants after building them. Earlier on, I mentioned one key element here, which is energy efficiency of the hydrogen supply chain. It is also a criticality, and it has an impact on production cost of course, and I'm talking about efficiency. The topic of efficiency has to be approached holistically. You need a vertical competence about the electrochemical part. And from this viewpoint, the engineers who will work in this sector are in small numbers. Then there are other profiles which require overarching competencies in several sectors. In this respect, the region is getting active, and a new bachelor course in industrial engineering was started, and then a master course in English, which is called Engineering for Energy Transition. So we are trying to work on curricula which can be used to educate and train the right professional profiles. There is yet another element which I would like to mention, and it is the following. We need to raise awareness among our students about these topics. We need to be proactive because they are also users of energy. And we are, as a matter of fact, seeing that the number of people enrolling in STEM courses at university is decreasing. We would need more engineers that we manage to educate at university. And again, our region is trying to make university courses more attractive by reviewing things, refurbishing research labs, and so on and so forth. So major investments have been made in the past years in order to have laboratory activities come to the fore. And that was something that we were missing earlier on. Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Now I will continue with Professor Prada from the University of Trento in order to further analyze the topics raised by Professor Taccani. The University of Trento and Bolzano do have courses that educate students who immediately find a job after finishing their studies. And a recruitment day was set up as an initiative to introduce students to businesses and also energy utilities. Professor Taccani has talked about verticality. It is a much debated topic at university in general. Do you think that we could have a further hybridization of university courses whereby this topic is focused on, for instance, towards the end of the course, or should we work more on the fundamentals at the very beginning of an engineering course? Thank you very much for your question. I see a number of former students present, and I'm very happy to see them. The goal of the career day that we have established is twofold. On the one hand, we want to connect students and businesses so that we can make our students visible to businesses early on. And we also want to show our students possible practical jobs and tasks that they will perform after finishing studying. We are focusing on the synergy between university and businesses. We believe that this is of paramount importance. Getting to know each other, knowledge based on a practical approach is fundamental. A theoretical approach is not sufficient, not any longer. So we believe that if the theoretical approach is continued, of course, this will give solid fundamentals to our university students so that they can adjust and adapt to changes which are constantly taking place in the energy sector. So they must continue. It is clear that we are in a transition phase. And in this transition phase, the issues that we witness today are going to change in a few years' time. This is the reason why it is important that there are solid theoretical fundamentals so that they can, again, adjust and update in the future. But, as I said, theory is not sufficient per se, because when you finish studying, if you only learn something theoretically, you have no practical knowledge of what you're going to do, which means that we need to have a synergy with businesses. This synergy includes internships, for instance, in businesses, and also addressing issues put forward by the businesses at the university course. This will make our students more capable of being problem solvers, and they will be ready after completing their studies to enter the job market, the labor market. We started with this approach 2 years ago. At present, 35 to 40% of our former students do internships, sorry, not former students, but students do internships in businesses, so they accept this opportunity.
So we go on with engineer Silvia Di Rosa, because in terms of the competencies necessary for hydrogen, also your association will have an important role. So what can be the role of the Engineers Association or of Fondazione Luigi Negrelli in training these engineers for the future in a situation where these skills will have to be very flexible? Thank you, Sara. Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. I represent the Association of Engineers and the president of the engineers of the province of Trento. And I also have a role at a national level because I'm the president of Italian's presidents. So 106 presidents of engineers associations get together in a single assembly. Now, a couple of weeks ago, during the national conference, I talked with some colleagues about this presentation today. And a topic that we all share is related to the fact that often engineering universities are a bit separated from the real needs of the market. The sector of environmental, civil engineering, industrial engineering, and IT engineering. Very often they are separated, disconnected, because there are some departments which are too much focused on themselves, and they do not look at the context, at the general context. We are a virtuous situation here in Trento because we participate in the university, and so we have a continuous exchange with the university. Now, the market for engineers can be for example, a job as an officer of a public entity or freelance professionals. Now, after that, I would like to say that it is important to develop lines within the university course. So to create apprenticeships both at professional offices and also in companies. We have a framework agreement with the university whereby we can give training by the already working engineers. So we have such a framework agreement. We have been organizing training activities for students now for 4 years, and these meetings are very stimulating for us and also for students. So what I want to say is that we have to work together, and we engineers are obliged to continuous education and training. So as soon as we start to work, we are required to continuously be trained and in line with the requirements of education. And we, as engineers, we organize training for our members by means of Fondazione Negrelli, which is made just to provide training and education. And then we have some specific courses where our engineers can participate. And then we have a commission, which is the so-called Sustainability Commission, which deals with subjects related to conscious design and engineering, as we call it. Thank you for your answer. I'd like to conclude with Dr. Massari, because training will continue to have a very important role, because companies are increasingly investing in skills and competencies and continuous training, and also in various projects of research. So what are the specific requirements, in your opinion, for an engineer working in the hydrogen sector? Thank you so much, and many thanks for the invitation. Well, the issue of skills and competencies is a strategic and complex issue that organizations have to face. It is complex because clearly behind competencies there are people with their strengths, with their weaknesses, and people that sometimes as complex as a hydrogen system. And then if we think that the only constant element in our times is the need to continuously change and be in line with this continuous change, we can imagine what are the challenges that complex organizations have to tackle and face in order to get the right skills and competencies in order to achieve their business objectives. Now, we are speaking about hydrogen. We're speaking about innovation in general, because then the issue is closely related to innovation in general. And clearly, what is most important is the specific technical skills which are required, and these are provided for by universities and schools, and for us, of course, that is very important. Now, what type of strategy do we have in our organization in order to look for these skills? Well, certainly, continuous training courses and continuous freshen up of skills, and then investment in upskilling strategies, because we have a large number of people who have been with us for many years. The average age in Gruppo Dolomiti Energia is 45 years. So we need to offer updating to all these people. And then there is the network, which is very important. We have contact with the various institutions, with the university, and thanks to that, we have been implementing projects that probably we wouldn't have been able to implement on our own, because upskilling and reskilling courses are long courses, and certainly the network synergies are a fundamental value for us. However, I think that the real challenge that an organization like mine needs to tackle has to do with change management, which has to be activated so that our organizations are ready to accept changes and even produce changes. So we need to work on across-the-board skills which facilitate change and innovation. And these skills should go hand in hand with the higher skills such as work group flexibility, complex thinking, the ability to manage complex situations, self-awareness. And these are all skills and competencies which for us are fundamental. And these are the competencies that we look for in the labor market when we need to recruit new people, even before technical skills. Why are these competencies so important? Well, they are important because they are really very important for our companies and help us stop looking at the past and help us have a look at the future and the future possibilities. So this is the real challenge, the inclusion of people who become facilitators of change. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, I'll take 5 minutes from the coffee break, because I think that it would be important to connect your 4 comments, because the issue of competencies and skills is very important in the area of transition, in the area of connections between universities, companies, provincial entities, because also yesterday with Confindustria we spoke about that. Well, the word that has been most repeated in your speeches and in your comments is how to guide change processes. And the main word that we need to implement is flexibility, adaptability to hydrogen, but also to other technologies. So I think that the contribution given by universities and other entities will continue to be fundamental, so that an engineer can be able to change and adapt. And then synergy is another word that you all mentioned, synergy and flexibility. Well, the combination between these 2 notions can promote progressive growth and change. Well, my job is to look at future scenarios, but then those projects have to be implemented, and perhaps they will be modified many times. So we need to look at those changes and be aware of those changes. So I'd like to conclude and say that training and education should be a long path. You never stop learning. You start with university, you go on with the associations, or you go on with the companies, with a continuous growth. And then, and I'm closing, the soft skills become the key element. We can move from fluids to dynamics or thermophysics because we have the ability to adapt to a context which requires great flexibility and adaptability. Otherwise, we remain too vertical. And this is bad, not only for hydrogen, but for other technologies as well. Thank you. So we now go for a coffee. Thank you.
Vi posso solamente dire una cosa? Velocissima. Troverete, mentre bevete un caffè, fate uno scan col cellulare del QR code.
Devo presentare le persone.
Eccoci qua, ben ritrovati.
Welcome back.
Tempo di affrontare la seconda sfida.
We now start our second challenge, which is security, which is fundamental. I would kindly ask my head of unit to join me here on stage. He is in charge of the high-res hydrogen technologies and resilient energy system unit at the Sustainable Energy Center of FBK. He coordinates and works at projects covering the entire supply chain of hydrogen, from basic research to applied research, in cooperation with local businesses and European partners. We have Giuseppe Signoretta, Fabio Bolzoni, and Cavaliere Claudio participating in this panel. Thank you, Ilaria. Good afternoon, sorry, good afternoon. Welcome back from the coffee break. I would like to briefly introduce our session on safety, not security, but safety. And the three panelists are Giuseppe Signoretta, who is an aerospace engineer with experience as an asthma nuclear inspector, and he is currently working as a technical manager at Bureau Veritas. Then we have Fabio Bolzani, who is a professor at the Politecnico in Milan in materials science and technology. He teaches various engineering and research courses on the durability of concrete structures and corrosion of materials. He is chair of the Study Center Corrosion and Protection of Metallic Materials of the Italian Metallurgy Association. And then we have Claudio Cavalieri from the Fire Brigade Service and Civil Protection Service of the Autonomous Province of Trento. Safety is of paramount importance within the framework of hydrogen, because it is explosive, because of its fire ignition features, and this, of course, has to be taken into account, because we need to restylish the various safety aspects in relation to hydrogen. I have a first question to Engineer Signoretta from Bureau Veritas. There are two different certifications. There is a compulsory one, which is required by law, and then there is also a voluntary certification, which is typical of non-harmonized approaches. I would like to know about the value added of certification organizations. So in addition to compulsory certification, what about the result and outcome coming and output of voluntary approaches? Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your question. Thank you for your kind invitation. When speaking about voluntary certifications, we can compare and contrast it to the compulsory certification framework. And when we say voluntary, this means that it is a trust-based approach which aims at going into further depth in terms of quality of what is certified. If we then consider all this in relation to hydrogen, we know and understand that safety is of paramount importance. There are a number of areas related to hydrogen which are not covered by norms, not yet. So when the production of hydrogen takes place, we need to have parameters in place which are applicable to production and also certification. For instance, certification of origin of energy used to produce and also storage systems. What about the role of voluntary certification? What is this role? Well, voluntary certification establishes parameters, and it also identifies possible issues and criticalities, which is very helpful for those who then draft the rules, regulators. As a certification organization, we started with a voluntary certification, working with the fire brigade at national level, with the H2T group, and draft together the national standards. So the value added is there when it comes to voluntary certifications. It is fundamental to establish parameters. A number of elements are already covered by the law. Others need to be covered. And we also need acceptability criteria, which need to be defined when talking about standards and norms, because they are the elements that attach a quantity to things. Let's think of leakage of hydrogen. You said it is a highly explosive element, so you need to quantify leakage, or you need to establish the compulsory distance of hydrogen from a road, from a building, and so on and so forth. All this is something which meets the needs of producers. Producers ask voluntary certification organizations to cover that aspect if the law per se does not rule about that specific aspect. And of course, a voluntary certification can be more restrictive in the end than the future standard, national standard. So this is what a voluntary certification does for hydrogen for the time being. Thank you. Thank you very much. Indeed, your work paves the way for the subsequent national standards. So thank you. Of course, it is not only individual components or their integrations or devices that have to be taken into account. We also need to consider the materials these components are made of and their reaction with hydrogen. And here comes the question to Professor Bolzoni about the studies performed at Trento University about possible things that happen when hydrogen touches and comes in contact with specific materials. What can we do to reduce risks in that respect? Good afternoon. I would like to thank the Bruno Kessler Foundation for inviting us here. And I would like to thank the Autonomous Province of Trento that has entrusted us with the task of performing the study that you mentioned. First and foremost, I would like to frame this topic within a more specific context. There is a rather bulky document, number 25134 of the European regulation body that served as a basis. And we took from there as a reference the percentage of hydrogen being 20%. Elsewhere, 10% is mentioned. But anyway, we took the reference from the standardization body. And then pressures should be considered in relation to storage or transport. Things change in the two scenarios. In scientific literature, you find more about transport. That is explained by the fact that, on the one hand, the history of interaction between hydrogen and metals entails that the more sensitive materials are those that display a higher resistance. And that is one thing. On the other hand, you need to consider that you can think in terms of additional scenarios in relation to pressure, because the calorific value is different than that of natural gas. So that has to be considered again. And we have more data about transport. As for steel, there are other elements to take into account. The strain that metals are subjected to is lower than their resistance. If you're a mechanical engineer, you know that the safety coefficient there is very high. Pressure is not that high. The strain on the material is not very high, and steels used are low resistance steels. So putting everything together, we can state that there are limited problems when it comes to the material if we stick to the scenario that I have just depicted. The study of phenomena about the fragilization of hydrogen date back to studies about oil and gas corrosion, where you have H2S, which is a promoter of the entry of atomic hydrogen into metal, because it is only atomic hydrogen that can enter the metal, which means that the gaseous molecule has to separate, and then polymers are a totally different thing, and we'll briefly talk about it. But anyway, in oil and gas, corrosion is more severe as a problem compared to what we can think about for gaseous hydrogen. When interacting with those who have to pick the materials for these applications, we see that sometimes they refer to the standards which are applied to oil and gas, but they are more severe, more stringent, as I said, because corrosion is different, is on a different level for oil and gas. And then it is also true that we lack a specific regulation on the qualification of materials at European level for usage with hydrogen. But there are other regulations outside Europe. In the United States studied a lot, and in Japan extensive publications were made. I also found a European project called Naturali from 2008-9 on transport, and that contains a lot of information. Welding, too, has been extensively studied. So if we stick to the scenario I depicted earlier on, I would say that there are no major problems. On the other hand, as I said in the morning, there is also an experience about shorter pipelines because production there is already 100 million tons per year for those applications. And we are still talking about materials. The weak part, the weakness is in general the tenacity of the material, and that goes especially for gaseous hydrogen, and also fatigue strength, so strength and fatigue strength. With the autonomous province of Trento, we investigated the specific situation where there are special conditions where strain varies over the course of time and is transformed into fatigue. If that is the case, then you need to be careful, because fatigue is something worse in the interaction with hydrogen when compared to a static situation. Then polymeric materials. We focused especially on high-density polyethylene, which in the Trentino system, based on the samples, I would say, that we could analyze, and we received them from over 80, is limited to 1% of the local sites that we investigated, and still makes out 99%. High-density polyethylene has been extensively tested with natural gas for more than 30 years now. So from this viewpoint, the problem is a different one. It's not a question pertaining to the embrittlement of the material, but also the fact that gaseous hydrogen can go through the structure of polyethylene. It is elastomers, rubbers are more permeable in this respect. So we should focus more on tightness when it comes to polymers than permeability per se. That is one element of attention that we need to have. And if we still consider as a reference the standard I mentioned earlier on by CERN, and also if we refer to the Marco Graz organization, for instance, for gas producers, mention is made that for pressures up to a number of bars, there are no issues with polyethylene, but you should pay attention with elastomers because they could entail problems of permeability even at low pressures. And then if you have a very high pressure, and it is the case of transport, suggestion is made, or rather recommendation is made, to make tests and experiments, because we still lack knowledge, not so much experience has been made in that specific domain. So I initially introduced the scenario, and there we do not have special problems for steel and polyethylene. We need to be careful when it comes to unwelded joints that need to be further investigated. This is not the case for Trentino, but elsewhere in Europe and in the rest of Italy, we still have cast iron as a material in gas pipelines. And there you have special joints on cast iron for those pipelines with some sort of hemp material which is added to the joint, and that should be further investigated. In any case, tests need to be continued. Polymers especially do change very much, also based on their components and the additives that they contained. Thank you very much.
Well, I would like to listen to you for another hour as you spoke about materials. Very interesting. And the other requirement is the fact of purifying gas. Yes, impurities have been studies. There are impurities which worsen, and some impurities which can improve like oxygen, so we have to check that point. Now, the floor to Engineer Claudio Cavaliere of the Fire Police. Well, I think that this is a question that everybody does. I know that there is a technical rule saying that there is a specific code to be respected in terms of safety, so there is a whole list of requirements. I'd like to have a short explanation based on your experience, how you can tackle the issue of compressors and stockers, and whether you know that there are specific applications of this rule. Now, I convey to you the greetings of the Provincial Command of Trento, and I'd like to invite you for, thank you for inviting me here to FBK. Now, in terms of anti-fire regulations, we have two rules. One of 2018, which relates to self-traction, that is all activities related to hydrogen. This is something which is developing fast because there is a push by the PNNR. I think that 27 and 28 projects were approved, mainly in the north of Italy, with reference to distribution plants. But the problem is that they will not be fully dedicated to hydrogen. There will be some fueling areas where other classical fuels will be distributed. And also in Trentino, we have already examined 2 plants for the distribution of hydrogen. The other regulation that you mentioned refers to number 2, 2023, and it relates to the construction and management of hydrogen, because the distribution areas, which also have 2 or 3 tons of hydrogen, at a certain point, you have to bring it to distribution areas. So there is this regulation dating back to 23, which is different from the regulation of 2018. So this new regulation relates to risk assessment by the designer. So there are some guidelines related to Decree 2015 of our Code of Fire Prevention, which is our Bible, and the analysis that the designer has to implement in order to assess explosive atmospheres which can be present in the area, and then assessment and evaluation of the detection and alarm systems, which had to be highly sensitive. And in terms of pressure, this new regulation evaluates different types of pressure, because in 5 years research has changed. And so the designer can evaluate also different levels of pressure. And then the risk evaluation depends also on research and innovation, which makes a contribution. For example, in the regulation of 2023, there is a reference to a specific rule which makes reference to the ISO norm 22734, which is a fundamental reference because the ISO norms, which is an international standard, are updated more as compared to anti-fire regulations. So the ISO norm is continuously updated. So there is a continuous evolution. Well, I'd like to add one point. The voluntary certification enabled us to certify valves for a couple of our customers who work with hydrogen. Now, when we submitted this work to the specific committee, well, this now is being transformed into an ISO norm. And this is a clear example of what the colleague from the fire brigade said. So an example of how a voluntary certification deriving from the need of a specific customer, where there were no rules related to connections, because in that case we examined the connection between the various elements. Well, that brought to a regulation which is now applied to all gas infrastructure. So thanks to working tables, and it is very important to participate in these discussion groups, that has led to a national rule. So the voluntary standard has turned into a piece of law, and it is then included in the anti-fire regulations and others. So that's an extra added value. So very interesting. I didn't know this aspect. I was convinced that the voluntary rule was related to a situation of quality, but it is really a stimulus for the rules, for the regulations. Thank you. Thank you so much for your answers. Now, I see that we have completed our time. I don't know if there are questions from the floor. Thank you. For Engineer Cavaliere. Well, I work at Sol, technical gas company, hydrogen service stations, production and storage. Well, a market which is growing is the one which the law defines mobile systems. Well, in 3 different regions, we already faced the problem. And we are a big company, and we, in our interest, prefer to have a connection with the local fire brigade offices. So I'd like to know from your experience, and with reference to the province of Trento, whether there is a guideline which we could look at. Sorry for this rather sensitive question. Well, when I said the 2 projects were approved in Trento, clearly we do not look at the whole picture, but we look at activities above a certain level of danger. And with reference to hydrogen, there is no specific activity, and above a certain threshold, we look at these projects. So below that threshold, which is called Activity 1, we are not compelled to have our assessment, so we're not required to have an assessment. But for reasons of safety, you say you would like to have a connection with the provincial fire brigade. Well, we use as a reference the national decree. I know that that may mean higher costs, but until we have a national regulation, every region has their own regulations, and we in Trento are organized in this way. Well, some of the offices asked for the physical barriers, and others simply said no. Yeah, that was very smart. Thank you. If there are no other questions, we close the session. Many thanks to the panelists, and I hope it was useful for everybody. Thank you.
Grazie mille, molto interessante.
Many thanks.
E la terza e oggi ultima sfida che andiamo ad affrontare
So
è quella
the
dei
third
finanziamenti e degli
challenge
investimenti.
has to do with
Passo ora all'inglese,
the
dato che
investment.
quest'ultima discussione sarà in inglese.
Mi sono sbagliata.
I switch now to English as this discussion will be in this language. I would like to introduce to you our Senior Business Development Manager here at the Center for Sustainable Energy at FBK, Marco Tomasi. Marco is an engineer with an MBA and supports the role of hydrogen through the involvement of companies, organizations, and institutions. Marco. I would like to ask to the speakers to join us on the stage, Nina Meglic and Nikolaus Fleischacher. We have met them this morning, and Massimo Bertoldi from Solidera. Marco?
Grazie. No, c'ho qua. Good afternoon to everyone. We are near to the end of this event, and first of all, I want to say you thank you, because I know that the day is really long and heavy. In a market ready for competition, companies could think in terms of doing business, and so we could talk only of funding and investments from a technical point of view, talking about instruments to finance the business and maximize the ROI. But we are faced with an hydrogen market that is still to be created. So we want to discuss with three experts about the three dimensions, three elements that could contribute to creating the right condition to competition and to do business and for the companies. And so we have here Nina Magic, you know, that is head of the project management of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Styria in Slovenia, and the head of innovation cluster. And we will discuss with her about the economic and technical instruments that could help enable the creation of an hydrogen market. Then we have Nikolaus Fleischacher, co-founder of Green Energy Center in Innsbruck and CEO of FEN Research. And with Nicolas, we will discuss about initiatives that could foster the development of hydrogen market. And at the end, we have Massimo Bertoldi of Solidera SPA. That is a pioneeristic, we could say, company that already is competing in the hydrogen market. And so we will discuss about technology, opportunities and difficulties to be overcome to do business in a market with a strong and rapid growth perspective. And so I like to start with Nina Maglic. And I'm quite sensitive about a thing that I read on LinkedIn. I don't know if it's right that you are from the start of this year, you are a member of the Women Climate Leaders Network. Okay, I want to, we are talking about business and technology, but I'm quite sensitive in this because in most the developing countries, women are responsible for meeting the food needs of their families. And so this, of course, negatively impacts on their health, ability to receive an education, and even to pursue their ambitions, their ambitions. And it's easy to understand how the climate change affects everyone, but women are more exposed to its consequences than men. And so I want to say thank you to Nina for this, because it's really great. Thank you. Yes. And so, Nina, the question for you is, what are the instruments that you see relevant and are maybe missing to develop the hydrogen sector? Are these more on a private or public nature?
Thank you very much also for this nice surprise. It's true, yes. The European Investment Bank actually initiated a Women Climate Leaders Network, and then the governments proposed candidates for this network, and that's how I was involved in it. It takes now, it started in February, and we can provide suggestions to the European Investment Bank and indirectly also to the European Commission on how to advance, let's say, the transition to more climate neutral economies in the European Union. So any suggestions are welcomed, but you also have your own representatives from Italy in the network. Regarding the question, actually, it will be a continuation of what I already, let's say, said in the previous panel. So if you remember, I was talking about public-private partnerships, interregional collaboration, and this is somehow the red line of all the panels today, I would say, and especially of these emerging sectors such as hydrogen, low carbon technologies, circular economy transition. What I didn't say before, and what it somehow encompasses or links together all these measures that need to be taken, is that I think we would more or less all agree here in the room that it is crucial for the European Union to maintain a realistic hydrogen narrative that doesn't divert investment. So at this point, I think we all feel that these targets that we have currently set till 2030, 2050 should be somehow in the near future re-examined. Also the costs related to the targets, and especially the import needs for the European industry. Why? To maintain somehow the international credibility, also comparing to other continents and looking at the geopolitical situation. So this would be maybe more on a, let's say, public side measure that is also linked to the hydrogen diplomacy, let's say. Knowing also the fact that the member states can decide on their own energy mix, and that of course has a lot to do with what legislation, what steps are taken at the national level. As long as we don't have a very strong supranational entity or like a political system as in the United States, for example. So we despite all this, we would need a very strong strategic position at the level of the EU, which, I don't know, at least from the experiences in the last years, it will be very difficult to reach among member states. However, we can all agree that the European Union is somehow leading this green transition in the global context. So when it comes to, let's say, advancing the hydrogen sector and especially the research and innovation, we should definitely promote more concretely among all member states that when we do the investments, there also needs to be this strong end-of-life perspective, recycling, eco-design. If we would be very, let's say, positive, of course, a supranational budget for hydrogen would be key. Related hydrogen industrial policy. Because we need to mitigate all these distortions that are happening because of the different systems of national state aids. So this, of course, then somehow favors richest member states. And of course, it's not a surprise that I am talking about that coming from Slovenia, which is a very small country with a small budget. So we often see then that this becomes also a subsidy race between different member states. Somehow all these, let's say, measures, public-private measures, would then allow us to avoid fragmentation that we can see already going on, improve coordination and collaboration, which is key, as we know, and also limit the spending of the money in an inefficient way. Thank you.
So now with Nikolaus, I want to talk about the market, because the development of the market requires the development of pilot initiatives, of first case of application of the supply chain. In fact, hydrogen, we know that is a technology, but the market is not still ready. It's not existing. What initiative in the Green Energy Center in Innsbruck are you promoting to encourage the development of the supply chain? And how do you see hydrogen valleys placed in this context?
Thank you. So actually that is a real big issue. At the Green Energy Center, we work with a threefold systemic approach. So, of course, there's the demand and there's the resource production on the other hand, and both are connected via a demand coverage system. And when we started in 2014, the first idea was to think about finding something where we can start with the demand. And on the demand side back then, the only thing available you could more or less, maybe less buy, was cars. That's why we started with hydrogen cars. Not because they're important for what they are meant to, but because they're important to start some small demand side. And from there, then also demand was given to have the first hydrogen refueling stations, and then implement also first electrolyzer sites, especially the one we have there. When this 3 megawatt electrolyzer, so we are now on the production resource side, went into operation, we actually now have more than enough hydrogen in the region, so it's even exported to Bavaria and so on, and most of the hydrogen applications in the area are fueled by this. So one can see the demand side is very small still. So again, in mobility, or if we think about mobility, we started to look at the more interesting mobility applications, heavy duty, and we initialized projects for a hydrogen truck called HyTruck, HyBus, high snow groomer for the pist preparation, and also the hydrogen train project. Most of them luckily were successful. So high train, I told you, was not, but the buses are now, first buses are in operation. Also the trucks are now, first prototypes were available 2 years ago. Now we are going into a more steady project and or product, so to say. So now first mobility applications become available that can use now this hydrogen produced. And one really sees that this process of production and demand, it really builds up, but it's very painful and slowly, because these technologies are also so expensive. So everyone in the chain is doing its best, but in the end, if we compare to the technologies that are already established, mainly mobility diesel, it's a huge issue, and also all the funding demands or the funding programs are not sufficient to cover that. So we are still in the one-and-one projects where we try to go forward. And obviously the goal is to get to bigger scales, and there at the moment we are really in a valley of death, I even would say, to really get to the masses. There we miss now really we are missing the idea how to get there. This is really a big issue actually.
Thank you. And now to Massimo of Solidera. Solidera, we know that it's a company that offers technology that on the one hand still requires research and development. On the other, it requires measures open to the new markets. What is the strategy developed by your company, by Solidera, to move between these two dimensions?
Yeah. Thank you, Marco. And first of all, thank you very much, FBK and the organizer, for the invitation and the chance to present our point of view on this very important matter. I appreciate it. I would like to start to say that hydrogen is in our DNA, so our core business from the very beginning. We started 18 years ago to develop a power generator based on fuel cell running with hydrogen and natural gas. And then along our history also we increased the portfolio of the product towards electrolyzer. So basically what we do, we are a core technology provider providing product that convert electron into hydrogen or vice versa, hydrogen back into electricity. And so in this sense, for us, it's super important to do R&D, and we continue to invest a significant amount of resources in R&D. Typically, our strategy is to do this in an open approach. We are in several European projects in cooperation with several partners, including FBK. FBK is one of our strategic partners, which has a very strong competence basis and very also fruitful cooperation. So we need to invest in R&D, but I would say that at the moment, this is not the main point. What we see is more important to facilitate the market introduction. And in this sense, our strategy is to establish cooperation and strategic partnership with industrial players that are already into the market, and to work with them to accelerate the time to market. Just to give you an example, last year we signed a cooperation agreement with KBR in the space of green ammonia, so hard-to-abate sector, hydrogen for ammonia, for fertilizer, for example. And in this way, we could really cooperate with a big player who has 50% onto the market, and now we are looking to establish similar cooperation in other sector, in other market segment. But I think the question is, what is missing? So why we are not yet commercially successful? And as I said, Nicola said, the price is too high at the beginning. Of course, you need to reach a given volume on the market to reach a competitive price. But today, I would like to stress another point. I see hesitation from the early adopter, no one wants to be the first mover, and there is a kind of hesitation. A lot of investment decisions are postponed, and particularly for a new technology like solid oxide, the people hesitate or wait or postpone the decision. So maybe they go to an alkaline from China. They take also a technical risk there, but they don't dare to basically invest on the new technology, even if it's European-based. So I think here there should be a supportive scheme in place, not only about funding, but also on bankability and reduce the risk for the early adopter. So I would like to see basically support not to us, but to our customer, ideally in Europe. Of course, I was born in Trentino, so I would love to see one of the first installations here in the region, in the mountain, but or at least together with the others one. But the other ones we are talking about South America, North Africa. So if you can get also locally a supportive scheme, which is funding, but also regulatory framework, stable and reliable, this could maybe convince or help the early adopter to take the decision for the investment. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, and so to give a short wrap-up about your contribution, I think that has been really interesting to see that what you said are quite compliant with the strategy of Draghi, you know, that as wrote in September, because in the strategy, hydrogen has a bigger role in the decarbonization. In particular, we in the report is talked about effective rules, because rules to compete are fundamental. Because especially in Italy, if you see the report from the for example Mestre del Camera di Commercio and so on, you see that the problem for the company the big company to invest in Italy is not about the money, it's not to fund money investment, but it's about the rules. And so rules in a market are fundamental. Even and I appreciate your comment about to reduce the risk for early adopter, because it's really nice that there are companies like yours that are first mover, that are pioneeristic, and this company, because for their effort, because they are really brave and so pioneeristic, we have of course to help with rules and to foster this effort. And from another point of view, that is even in the report of Draghi, we talked about the hydrogen valley, and even in the report, the hydrogen valley are identified like a strategic initiative to scale up, because we can, of course, to have a bigger production of hydrogen, and so probably we will receive to low down the cost of hydrogen. And so thank you, because I think that the discussion has shown that the different actors of the hydrogen sector own a deep awareness about what we need to move the market. And so let's go. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you have, sorry, only a second. Do you have any question, some curiosity, doubt? One.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. My question may be for all of you. You decide who speaks. I was wondering, like, hydrogen right now is, let's say, an emerging field, an emerging market whatever we want to call it. And I was wondering if you can put it into perspective against other technologies that have been in an emerging solution, like batteries in the 90s. I don't know, Sony was, I think Sony was the first that produced mass market batteries. And in this perspective, would you say that hydrogen is having more problems than other solutions that now are like the standard? Would you say that, I don't know, we always say that hydrogen is slow, is getting slowly to the market, but I think that it's normal for every emerging solution. So I wanted some perspective on other examples. And you say, okay, it's just normal, or is it maybe an outlier or something else?
Mm-hmm. Well, the Green Energy Center, for example, we always said, say that for 10 years now, for battery electric mobility is 5 years in the future and hydrogen 10 to 15 years. And today we can still say the same number, so it was wrong on both of it. But the main issue is just that in our perceiving, the hydrogen is just, the readiness level is lower than for the battery electric or the direct electrification. And if you then, of course, compare both and say, okay, they are the same, then this is an issue. But in general, I agree with your assumption. We are still in the learning curve, and with hydrogen, we are still in the beginning. We want to be further, but we are not. And in this beginning, this just takes quite a long time. But one can see that it's getting more and more and more. From my point from where I stand, I sometimes think, okay, we are standing still. But if I tell others what we did the last 10 years, then one sees there is progress. And we are in this exponential curve, but at the very beginning still.
Yeah, so from my side, but first of all, I don't see really a competition between, for example, battery and hydrogen. I mean, there is different positioning on the market, depends on the size of the storage. So if you look at the PV, also PV, it took 20-25 years to get really commercial. So it will take time, and hydrogen will come later. I believe hydrogen also suffer about some need for infrastructure. I think we discussed before this morning. So there is an additional barrier on safety infrastructure. But to be very honest, I know that, for example, in New York, the firework department was delaying 2-3 years the introduction of the power wall for fire, for the risk of fire with the batteries. So in some cases, battery also can be an issue. So I think everyone has his own barrier. At the moment, hydrogen is a little bit behind, but there is no intrinsic limitation that you can bring hydrogen at the scale that we are talking about.
Thank you. I have the last question for Massimo. Please.
Yeah, I would put maybe this into perspective, also looking at how other sectors developed. For example, internal combustion motors, it took 80 years to come to the state of art of the technology that we have now. So I believe that if we compare how fast we want to come to the, let's say, the use and development of hydrogen technologies, we are even faster than we were in the past. But of course, also times have changed. This is one. However, we could see, for example, in the last, 20 years, that hydrogen already had its momentos, which is quite specific for this sector, let's say. And then it stopped, and we went, for example, to focus more on electrification. Like as an anecdote, I wrote one of my first projects like 12 years ago on hydrogen, and at that time it was rejected because the governments that were involved in that project said we are not interested in this topic. But then 5 years later, the same project, the same content was approved, and we are now already doing a follow-up. So yeah, I believe this is a little bit specific for this technology, but this is probably because of all these questions that are still quite high on the agenda, like security that was discussed before, and of course the social acceptance of it.
Thank you. I have the last question for Massimo. I am quite worried, but I'm curious about industrial things, because the amount of hydrogen, green hydrogen, that the European Commission set for the 2030 is really huge. And we will need, of course, thousands of electrolyzer, okay? And so do you see that our movement in the sector of the manufacturing? Because I'm quite worried that we are setting up the polite and right rules for the environment, and then we will do the business to others.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if you look what happened with the PV industry, everything went to China, and I think European Union decided, or at least decided we don't want to repeat the mistake. So that's why there are so many funding available, like an IPCI project, to build up capacity. But in reality, what we understood at the moment, there is an overcapacity. So even if the target in terms of capacity by 2030 is not reached, but there are some gigafactory building up, and I think it's 10 million ton per year, if I don't mistake, plus 10 million imported. So we can get there, but to get there is not only a matter of funding. You need off-taker. I go back to my previous point. If no one buy the hydrogen because it's too expensive, we will not reach the capacity. So we need to close the gap. But theoretically, it's possible to reach 10 million ton. Yeah.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you everyone. Grazie a tutti per le presentazioni, per la discussione, per le domande.
And the questions. Adesso abbiamo il nostro keynote speaker, gli chiedo di raggiungermi qui sul palco.
Pere is the Director of Decarbonization Technologies at SNAM, holding a master's degree and PhD in mechanical and aerospace engineering from the University of California, Irvine, fantastic. In 2021, he joined SNAM to establish research and innovation in hydrogen technologies, creating the Decarbonization Research Center, the Hydrogen as a Service program, and the High Accelerator for Startups. He's also an associate professor at Universitat Politècnica de Catalunya, UPC, and serves on the Clean Hydrogen Partnership Governing Board and Hydrogen Europe committees. Welcome, and the floor to you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me to come here to Trento. It's my first time coming to the region, and I hope it's not the last time. I love the mountains, and I really want to keep coming here, and I know I will. It is very tough to make the keynote speech at the very last time of the presentation, especially when the aperitivo comes right after. I saw that, and it's even more tricky. So let's. My presentation should be here, right? Yeah, it's there. I don't know why the screen is there. Okay. So I have structured my presentation in 4 main blocks. One is who is SNAM? For those of you who are not from Italy, most likely may not know SNAM, so I will give a brief presentation of who SNAM is. I will give also an overview of the hydrogen global market, very briefly. Then I'll speak about the critical role that SNAM as a midstream company will play in this energy transition, or is playing in the energy transition. And I will conclude with some final remarks. So who is SNAM? SNAM is the Italian gas TSO, which happens to be, I think, the largest energy infrastructure company in Europe. You can see the numbers here. We have about 37,000 kilometers of transportation pipelines, 33,000 of which are in Italy. The rest are in our associates. outside of Italy. Then we also have 20 BCMs of storage capacity for methane, underground storage capacity in gas-depleted fields. And we also have 20 BCMs per year capacity of regasification plants, if we count for the new ones that are floating, that are in Piombino and in Ravenna. You can see here the map with our impianti, with our plants. Of course, SNAM knows that this is not a sustainable business. We know that in the future this has to change because natural gas has to go down. It will go down. So we are also growing a lot of businesses. We're trying to grow businesses in the energy transition space. You can see here, I'm not going to go into details, but we're working a lot on sustainable transportation, of course, decarbonization, which is where I work, also on biomethane, and also in energy efficiency. So we have companies that tackle any of these different topics. A few financial figures. We have about 22 billion euros of regulated assets, 15 billion market capitalization. We are in the Milano stock market, 2 billion of EBITDA, and about 1 million of net income. So it's a very healthy company, and it is our responsibility to use this money for the energy transition, because we owe it to the taxpayers. At the end of the day, all this money comes from taxpayers. Those are taxes that we pay, all of us, to transport, to bring this natural gas to our houses. So we need to use this money for the future of the country, Europe, and the world. Here you can see some of the associates, or maybe all the associates that SNAM is part of, mostly TSOs from Europe, from France, from Middle East, from Greece, Austria. But you can also see that we own 21% of Eleonora, which is an industry. It's an Italian company that makes the electrodes for alkaline electrolyzers. It's actually the leader in the world on alkaline electrolyzers. And a little tiny bit of ITM Power, which is PEM electrolyzer manufacturer from the UK. So this is the strategic framework. That's where we see it. What are our challenges? And what are our distinctive factors as a company, and how are we trying to position ourselves? The challenges and opportunities, of course, we need to provide security of supply to Italy. That's our main job. But of course, we have very challenging decarbonization targets ourselves, because as a corporate, we have to decarbonize, but also as a mandate from at the European level, we also have decarbonization targets. And also we have, as another challenge, a regulatory framework that keeps changing. So that's on one side what we have to deal with. On the other side, we are positioned in a very geographical privileged position, because we are the gate, if you want, of Africa. So a lot of energy can come from Africa, a lot of hydrogen can come from Africa, and Italy is the gate to bring this energy to Europe. We already have a very resilient and flexible and cost-effective infrastructure that we need to use, and we have to be technology neutral. So if you look at all this, at the end of the day, we call ourselves as a pan-European multi-molecule infrastructure, and what we're doing, and that's what I'm doing, I'm using R&D and innovation to be able to transform the company to the company of the future that will be able to bring multi-molecule. So, a little overview on the hydrogen market. I think we can all agree that the hydrogen hype has gone down a little bit. Some people would say that the bubble has burst compared to the last 2-3 years, but I think it's a good thing. I think 2-3 years ago, hydrogen was getting too much attention. There were too many projects that were not realistic. Everyone was going to have breakfast for hydrogen and swim in hydrogen, and that was not realistic. Now, I think this has gone down, luckily, and whoever stays is because they really need the hydrogen and because they really want to do the investment. So if we looked a little bit on what's happening in terms of projects, here is a report from McKinsey, it's a recent report from McKinsey, and you see the different stages of projects. Those are hydrogen projects, mostly generation. You can see the different stages of projects: announced, planning, advanced planning, and committed. That's FID. The point I want to make here is that even though the hype has gone down, it's true, the FID announcements have gone up 92% compared to last year. So now you can see more and more projects being finally approved and not a lot of generation that will come into the market. Now, what are these projects? Well, mostly in the US and China, right? And this is basically, that's the reality. A lot of these generation projects that are moving forward are not in Europe. They're in the US and China. And you can see down here, I think it's interesting to take a look, about 2.4 million tons per year have been gone through FID in the US. 80% of those is low carbon hydrogen. It's not green hydrogen. You know, in the US, they are more relaxed and more pragmatic than in Europe, so it's mostly blue hydrogen, but it's 2.4 million. That's the leader in the world. In Europe, we have 0.3 million tons per year, most of it being RFNBO, that we'll talk in a second. 0.3 also in the Middle East, and also China, 1.4 million, which 95% is renewable. Also in China, of course, they have a very strong strategy on renewable hydrogen. If you look at the total, it's about 4.4 million tons per year of clean hydrogen between low carbon and green that will be produced, and this is a reality because these projects went through FID. Now, in Europe, as usual, we regulate. You know, people joke in Europe, what we try to do is to over-regulate things. I don't want to go into details and talk about the RFNBO and delegated acts because it's too late, and I think we all want to go to enjoy the aperitivo, and that's too hard to swallow. But being optimistic and being positive, Europe is doing their job. Yes, over-regulating maybe, but we have now a gas and hydrogen package, which is basically a new regulatory framework for an infrastructure that will be able to take hydrogen in addition to natural gas. That's a good start. We also have, of course, RED III, Renewable Energy Directive, which mandates companies by 2030 to use a big percentage of RFNBO. Of course, not all of the industry, but you can see the 42% of the industry that's using hydrogen today. 42% of this hydrogen, which is being gray, will have to be green. So that's already a way to stimulate the demand. And 1% of the energy to the transportation sector will have to come also from RFNBO. On the end user side, we also have all these mandates for the maritime sector, from the aviation sector. We have, of course, the ETS, which now hydrogen is part of. We have the CBAM, which is the carbon adjustment border mechanism, to basically make the importers, when we import goods from outside of Europe, they also have to pay for their carbon emissions. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a play field for the European producers. So there is a lot of activity going on the regulatory side. And, you know, it is a long-term vision, and we need these rules to be able to do things in the right way. So what is the role of SNAM? Well, SNAM is a midstream company, and I think I will spend just a second here, but midstream is a very important piece of the whole value chain because it's the most effective way to transport energy. You can see here that hydrogen pipelines are the most cost-effective way to transport hydrogen if you are up to 3,000 kilometers. If you want to go beyond 3,000 kilometers, then you'll have to ship this hydrogen. And it will happen because some of the hydrogen will come from South America or even North America or even Asia. But if it's 3,000 kilometers or below, pipelines are the most important thing, which is, again, midstream. Underground storage is also very important, and it's also a very important part of the midstream segment. And it's very important because hydrogen will be produced in an intermittent manner, and we need to store this hydrogen. And we're talking about a lot of hydrogen, and the only way to do it is underground storage. In Italy, for instance, fortunately, we don't have salt caverns, or the salt caverns we have we think are not too good for underground storage. That's something to be seen, and we're evaluating. What we have, though, is a lot of gas-depleted fields. Those are the 20 billion cubic meters that I mentioned at the first slide. We're working and trying to understand if we could use those underground storage facilities to store hydrogen. Of course, that will come with challenges, and there is a lot of research that has to be done. Challenges because there is a cushion gas, there is sulfur, there may be bacteria, there may be leakage, but We already have done a lot of work on that at the research site, and we're very optimistic that we'll be able to use a lot of underground storage to store hydrogen. And then, of course, we've heard about the hydrogen backbone, which is crucial for Europeans' competitiveness, and SNAM will play a big role in the whole European backbone. And you can see here, that's the project that we have. It's called the South Corridor, and it's to bring hydrogen from North Africa all the way to Germany. This is a project that we have orchestrated with 4 TSOs. Of course, SNAM, TAC in Austria, GCA in Austria, and Bayernetz in Germany. People ask me how much of our existing pipeline we can reuse to do this, and it's about 60%. It's a number that keeps changing, but 60% we think it's realistic because we can use the steel. The steel we use today, it's compatible with hydrogen. Now, of course, we will have to change valves, metering devices, compression stations, but the pipeline itself can be used for hydrogen in the most part. And then there will be some new pipelines that we'll have to build to give hydrogen or to provide hydrogen to sectors or to areas that may not have natural gas today, and they may want hydrogen. Just to give you a point in terms of cost, to bring hydrogen all the way from North Africa to Germany, with these numbers, and according to our calculations, will add only 0.5 euros per kilo on the total cost of hydrogen. So if you make it at 4 down there, then you can get it in Germany in 4.5, which is very good. And you couldn't do it with, of course, trucks. It could cost much more. Now, in addition, what we do, and that's what my team does, we're called DECTES, the Carbonization Technology Solutions. We're trying also to develop technologies, and that's not something that SNAM has done traditionally. SNAM doesn't have the culture in the DNA to develop technologies. SNAM does something that they do it very well, or we do it very well. We build and operate and maintain an infrastructure of natural gas pipelines, and we do it cost effectively and safely, but we don't develop technologies per se. But we didn't have to, because natural gas is mainstream, natural gas was already there, it comes from the ground, and everyone is using natural gas for the last 80 years. With hydrogen it's different. With hydrogen or with multi-molecule infrastructure, now we have to think a little bit differently. And we keep saying that midstream is very strategic, but it's only strategic if there is an upstream and there is a downstream. If there is no upstream and downstream, it doesn't matter if we have a very cost-effective and robust midstream, because we don't need it. So what we're trying to do through the R&D programs that we have built over the last 4 years, we're trying to stimulate both upstream and downstream, and we're trying to do it by developing technologies, by supporting startup companies, by making companies try hydrogen, for instance, and basically making them convinced that hydrogen is a good molecule to substitute natural gas. And I'll show you that in a minute. So we have 2 main initiatives. One is this SNAM Decarbonization Research Center. Basically, it's a global network of universities and research centers that we partner with to develop these technologies. We have 6 universities that we work with, mostly in Italy, 1 in the US. We have right now 8 projects ongoing of R&D. We have already filed 3 patents, and we have a budget of about 10 million euros for the next 4 years. 50% comes from our internal budget, and 50% more or less comes from public funding. We're very active also with the JU, with the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, and we also count on that funding as well. So we have our own big part, about 4.5 million, and the rest from public funding. That's the Decarbonization Research Center, which develops and works on low TRL projects. Now, on the other side, we have what we call the SNAM labs, and we're building, as we speak, 2 labs, and we have a hydrogen as a service program. The first one is H2Shift, that I'll show in a minute. The second one is the MEM lab, and then also speak about the hydrogen as a service. So H2Shift. H2Shift is an European project, is an open innovation testbed that we won last year. And basically what it is 9 test labs across Europe with a single entry point, which is actually an Italian university, is CDI. I don't know if you know Collège des Ingénieurs. And basically, all these test lines, which are coordinated and led by different entities, are responsible to test a different hydrogen production technology. SNAM is responsible of the biohydrogen line. Biohydrogen meaning biogas, biomethane, biowaste to hydrogen, which will be, we think, an important part of the whole supply chain of hydrogen. And what we're doing now is we're building in Legnano, which is close to, it's a biogas plant very close to the Malpensa airport. We're building a testing rig. You can see here, this is a render. It's not the real one yet, but we're engineering this, where startups will be able to bring their reactor and they'll be able to test it with real biogas, with real biomethane, and we'll also have a stream of CO2, biogenic CO2, that startups will be able also to do things with the CO2, for instance, mineralization. And we'll also have a test rig for ammonia cracking. So all this will be in Legnano and will be operative in 2026. But there will be more in Germany and Spain that will test different technologies like high temperature electrolysis, methanol reforming. You can go online, there is the H2 Shift site, and you'll see all the details. Then we have the MEMLab. This is actually a project funded by ARERA to test a specific technology to separate hydrogen from natural gas. We are building these facilities as well to last over 20 years. So companies, same concept as before, will be able to come to our facility and they'll be able to test their separation technologies. The first one that will be tested is from a company called H2Site. It's a Spanish company. That they develop palladium membranes, and they'll be able to come and they'll be able to test. But afterwards, we already have a list of companies that want to go and test also in a real site. Remember that if you try your technology in a relevant environmental, operational environment, your TRL advances, so it's an opportunity to give to these companies to advance their TRL. And of course, that's very good for them to raise funding and so on and so forth. And finally, the hydrogen as a service, SNAM has acquired a small electrolyzer. You can see here in the photo, it's an alkaline electrolyzer developed by a company from Italy called R2. It's a 0.5 megawatt, and the idea of this program is we bring this program to you, we lease it to you, and you test hydrogen in your process to substitute natural gas. The idea is you as a company, as a final user, you want to use hydrogen, but maybe bringing hydrogen with tanks, it's not doable, it's not practical, because you need too many tanks. You would like to have a small electrolyzer, 0.5 megawatt, but you don't want to invest in the electrolyzer because this costs a lot of money. So we said, okay, let's buy the electrolyzer and let's lease the electrolyzer. Let's keep it there for 6 months. Companies now are acquainted with hydrogen. And of course, in the future, they can, if hydrogen works for their process, they can buy a bigger electrolyzer, or they can wait until we have our backbone and then we can supply hydrogen with our pipeline. The first installation is in Dalmine, Tenaris. We have a partnership with Tenova, Tenaris, and ourselves. Tenova has developed the burner that can use up to 100% hydrogen, and they're burning already hydrogen in their thermal process to make steel. It's been on for about 3-4 months, and it will last until January. And after that, we're now scouting for potential new users within the ceramic industry, glass industry, chemical industry. So if any of you is interested, let me know, because we can talk about potential collaborations in the future to do the hydrogen as a service. And I think this is almost the last slide before the conclusions. Prenormative research. We talked about normative and regulations. There is a lot of work to be done from the research side, from the prenormative research side. This is our schematics of our pipeline. We are doing a lot of work on prenormative research. All of this work, we're very lucky and happy that we work with Hydrogen Europe with the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, projects funded by the JU. For instance, we're working on hydrogen injection, which is the Shimmer project. We're working also on hydrogen pipeline materials, which is the Pilgrim, the TOF, working on metering, final users, multi-fuel. Those are real projects that are going on right now. USPRE, which is underground hydrogen storage. And finally, NERA, which is to basically catalog and determine how many hydrogen emissions we'll have in the future and what's the impact of these emissions into the atmosphere, into the climate change. Because a couple of years ago, the Environmental Defense Fund raised this question and they said, wait a minute, we're gonna do only hydrogen. Hydrogen will emit to the atmosphere. What's the impact of this hydrogen on climate change? So we draft this project and now we're working on it together with the JRC. All these projects basically are doing research to help later on to write the normative and the regulations for all these aspects of the network. And with that, just a few conclusions. So despite of the end of the hydrogen hype, large-scale production projects are advancing worldwide, as we said, mostly in the US and China, but they're advancing, which is good. Europe is putting together regulatory frameworks. We said that. The midstream infrastructure is crucial to ensure the cost competitiveness of hydrogen and to enhance energy security. That's something that we didn't talk today a lot about energy security, but hydrogen also will allow us to enhance energy security because we'll be able to make a big portion of our energy, maybe not domestically, but very, very close, no? North Africa. SNAM is investing in RD&I because we need to stimulate the upstream and downstream segments, and the prenormative research is very important. So with that, I'm concluding, and I think we're ready for an aperitivo, unless you have some questions, which I can also take. Thank you. Questions? Yes.
Thank you.
That's what I want.
Ok. Bene, grazie mille per Margalef per aver chiuso in
So
bellezza
thank you
questo
for
evento.
closing this event with such an important presentation. And I think that this one, together with all the other contributions today, have provided a lot of information, both at a local level, national level, European level, and also from different viewpoints, research, university, research centers, and then public bodies. I hope that you have appreciated all the presentations. I will not take more time, and we can move upstairs for the aperitivo. I'd like to thank you all for this, for being present. It's been a long day, but I hope you appreciated it, and I hope that it will be useful also for future exchanges. I would like to thank Daria for the excellent organization. I'd like to thank the FBA team of Sustainable Energy, which has been supporting the organization. I'd like to thank all the speakers for their very useful presentations. And I hope we will have other opportunities to meet to support the hydrogen chain, and then AMETHyST, which has supported us a lot. Bene.